Chapter 538. Compared to Zhuo Xiaoduo's unbearable evaluation, the other people's evaluations were much better. For example, Li Qinglong's evaluation of military advisor of the generation was the highest evaluation. There was no room for doubt. A shadow flashed. When Xingtian walked in, "How is it?" When Xingtian asked expectantly. "You see." Yi Changqing lay on the chair weakly. It seemed as if he only had one breath left in his body. A mess? When Xingtian opened his eyes wide, "Is there such a position?" Yi Changqing didn't care about his image. He rolled his eyes and didn't say a word. When Xingtian was stunned. This evaluation is simply... When Xingtian's face was distorted. Yi Changqing rubbed his face with both hands. This kid is not born to be an official. When Xingtian's face twitched and said, "This reminds me of a person." That person was said to have such an evaluation. Yi Changqing stopped rubbing his face. When Xingtian showed a respectful expression, Minister Zhuo of the Sky inspecting Minister years ago. It seems that he gave a messy evaluation. But this matter has become a famous anecdote. Cough, cough. I don't know if this is true or not. Maybe it's just a rumor. Yi Changqing straightened his back. His face was shocked, as if he had been struck by lightning. Yes. How could I forget about this matter? There was a predecessor who was such a famous person. This evaluation isn't too bad. When Xingtian's eyes became dignified, he lowered his voice. "Big brother, we're in a hurry. The minister's surname is Zhuo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's surname is also Zhuo. Do you think?" Yi Changqing also lowered his voice. "But I've never heard that the minister has a descendant. If he does, then Zhuo Xiaoduo should be. I'm afraid he should be the great-grandson of the great-grandson of the great-grandson," though when Xingtian immediately overturned his suspicions and shook his head repeatedly. "That's not true. That's not true. I was just rushing to say something. Pretend I didn't say anything. That's true. It's possible for it to be passed down through generations, but it's passed down through so many generations. Besides, Zhuo Xiao's file is very clear. His father, Zhuo Changlu, and his mother, Wu Yuding, are all ordinary people in Phoenix City. They couldn't be more ordinary. Although he has an extremely talented sister, his sister is actually not his biological sister." Yi Changqing said, "If he's a descendant of the minister, even if he's unbearable and has no talent, he can't possibly end up in a small border city like Phoenix City, right?" When Xingtian said, "But Minister Nin gave him the Flaming Sun manual, and Minister Wu Taijiang hammered the hammer for him. This is an ironclad fact." Yi Changqing frowned. "I've been thinking about this problem. The surname Zhuo is very rare, but it's not uncommon in the continent. Minister Nin gave him the manual, and Wu Taijiang hammered the hammer for him. This can only be described as frightening. Is there a connection?" When Xingtian said, "I have an idea. Perhaps Minister Zhuo has the same surname, or perhaps he's from the same clan. Then he discovered that he has such high talent. Then Minister Zhuo made some arrangements. This guess is the most reasonable. As for how Minister Zhuo knew about it, and how he made the arrangements, I don't know. After all, it's not surprising that such an immortal would do such a thing." Yi Changqing nodded slowly, as if he was deep in thought. "In other words, Minister Zhuo knows about the existence of this little guy. At least in this matter, it's certain." When Xingtian said, Yi Changqing nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement. This was the only reason that could explain Zhuo Xiaoduo's monstrous talent. All the means, abilities, resources, background, and everything. The two of them looked at each other and saw the same message. This matter must not be revealed, or else. The hidden dragon martial artist would become the absolute target of the Wizard Alliance's experts overnight. I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet Minister Zhuo in person in this lifetime. Yi Changqing was full of longing. I think so too. When Xingtian's face was full of admiration. After all, Minister Zhuo was a real legend, a person above the clouds. In the entire continent, there were very few people who stood at the top of the peak. At the same time, he was also a super strong person who could fight against the Flood Witch. With one sentence, the Raging Fire Witch and his wife did not dare to appear for decades. Such a person was not just a legend. In the continent of astral souls, He was a living god. In the past, the 1 meter higher sky was on the left, and the stars were on the right. Enchanting was full of longing. That was an era where heroes were born. However, such a person has not appeared in the world for a long time. Sigh. The 12 great witches came, and the 3 pure 7 swords dominated the sea. The 1 meter higher sky was on the left, and the stars were on the right. When Xingtian recited softly, Yi Changqing whispered, "I only hope Senior Minister Zhua is healthy." When Xingtian stood solemnly and said sincerely, "Yes, I only hope that Senior Minister Zhua is healthy, and that he will return to the world one day and create another legend." The office suddenly fell into an inexplicable silence. The 4 assessments were completed. All the head teachers went to check the assessment of the students, and each of them was full of smiles. Only when Xingtian pulled Zhuo back to the classroom with a gloomy face. Zhuo lowered his head. Obviously, he knew that he had really embarrassed himself this time. But he really did not know how to command. It was not his fault that humans could not be perfect. It was normal to have a little flaw, right? I, Zhuo, have an outstanding talent, a tall and straight figure, a handsome face, and an amazing cultivation base. My strength is amazing, and I have a lot of trump cards. I'm young and rich, and I also have the divination divine ability and the aura divination secret technique. This is already something that others can't do, and I've created legends time and time again. If I also have military talent, wouldn't I be perfect? How could he let others live? Therefore, it was normal to have a little flaw. It was too normal. He had to leave others a way out. However, this did not alleviate the depression in Zhuo's heart. He was really depressed. The trial this time had exposed Zhuo's greatest weakness, his flaw. Zhuo knew this very well. From tomorrow onwards, go out and do your tasks. When Xingtian was angry, I admit that I am not talented and have no ability to teach you. I only have one request for you. Raise your cultivation level to the cloud transformation realm in your first year. According to your progress and compression, raise it to the cloud transformation realm. When Xingtian said, "This is not difficult, right? It is very simple, right?" The capable class monitors Zhuo opened his eyes wide. 1 year to the cloud transformation realm? Teacher Wen, are you kidding me? You must be kidding. I have just been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm for a few days. This matter is settled. When Xingtian did not allow any explanation and directly made the decision, Zhuo was dumbfounded. 1 year to the cloud transformation realm? Teacher Wen thinks so highly of me? Oh, it seems that the possibility is not very high. Down on the other side, Li Qinglong received an unprecedented high standard of treatment. The evaluation of military advisor of a generation was extremely high. It was even higher and rarer than the evaluation of commander of an army. A military advisor of a generation referred to the kind of person who had a bright mind, a brilliant mind, a talent that could conquer the universe, a talent that could support the universe, a talent that could bring prosperity to a country, a talent that could overturn the universe, and a talent that could assist the monarch in unifying the world. Only such a high and mighty talent was qualified to be called a military advisor of a generation. Such a talent, no matter where he was, needed to be protected. He was like a rare animal. After the evaluation of the military advisor of a generation came out, Li Qinglong's file was blocked by the Heaven and Earth Network immediately. No one had the authority to see it. Even Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian did not have the authority to look at it. Those who had the authority to look at it were only the military commanders of the North, South, East, and West, as well as a few old commanders in the military headquarters. Others, including the royal family, did not have the authority to look at it. Because if such a talent was used in the fight for the throne, it would be a disaster for the entire empire. And after the evaluation of the military advisor of a generation came out in the various frontline military camps, the highest authority of the few commanders was changed at the same time. The marshals had already set it up. The moment they received the message, their phones vibrated at the same time. Then, they all grabbed their phones at the same time. Then, Commander Dongfang, who was the fastest, dialed a number. Excellent aptitude and great potential in martial arts. But before you really grew up, although you were valuable, it was not particularly valuable. Because there were too many accidents in this world. Even if you became a master, you would only be a fierce person. Unless you could really reach the stage where you could fight against 100,000 soldiers alone. But how many people in the world could do that? Wars in the world were still between ordinary martial artists, but a military advisor of a generation was an existence that could change the course of a war, even an existence that could change the entire structure of the world. Strategizing in the tent could decide victory from 1,000 miles away. Li Qinglong did not know about his evaluation at all. He thought that he had failed the exam and went to the principal's office in fear and trepidation. Yi Chongqing welcomed him with unprecedented enthusiasm. The principal's warm smile made him feel flattered. Previously, he only enjoyed it when he was with Xiaoduo. Since when could he receive such treatment alone? Qinglong, you did very well. Very well. Yi Chongqing smiled and said, "What plans do you have for the future? For example, after graduation? Or your ambition in life?" Li Qinglong was dumbfounded. Why was he suddenly asking about this? He had just entered the school a few days ago. He thought for a moment and said, "I don't have much ability. My aptitude is also very ordinary. I haven't thought about the future yet. Those are still too far away from me." Cough, cough, cough. Li Qinglong was halfway through his sentence when Yi Chongqing coughed violently. This time, he really choked, and he was choking. There will be an update in the afternoon. Chapter 539. Did you hear that? Is this even human language? Not very capable. Average aptitude. Yi Chongqing felt like he was going to spit out blood. What the hell? Why is my heart trembling when I hear this? The evaluation of a military advisor. This is called not very capable. The constitution of the ice dragon spirit. This is called average aptitude. What is called unrealistic. But looking at Li Qinglong's confused and fearful expression, Yi Chongqing was speechless. There was nothing wrong with Li Qinglong's words. Because this guy didn't know his evaluation of a military advisor, and he didn't know about his own constitution of the ice dragon spirit. That was indeed what he thought in his heart. Was there anything wrong with that? It seemed like maybe or almost none. If you have to think about the future now, what are your plans for the future? Yi Chongqing asked dryly. Think about the future, plans for the future. Swollen smiled innocently and said, "I really don't have any plans. No, I should say that I have already made plans. Wherever Zwa goes, I will follow him. Just like this time, I came to Hidden Dragon because Zwa chose Hidden Dragon. This time it will be the same in the future. I don't have to worry about it. It's so simple." Yi Chongqing was even more speechless when he heard this. That's really simple of you. You follow him wherever he goes, and you don't have to plan anything at all. It's really convenient that there were only a few military advisors in history, and their biggest dream was to be someone else's follower. That's really high. That's quite ambitious. Just follow you, Zwa. You don't have any plans? Or do you have some plans? You have to find something to do, right? Yi Chongqing asked, speechless. Li Qinglong chuckled. Principal, you see, with Boss Zwa's temper, I don't think I'll even be able to clean up after him. Moreover, Boss Zwa's enemies are getting stronger and stronger, and they're getting more and more powerful. Li Qinglong thought for a while and said, with Zwa's temper, he doesn't even bother to bully those who are weaker than him. He only bullies those who are stronger than him. That is to say, being with him means that you will always be under pressure. There is almost no such thing as crushing others. Think about it. Isn't this kind of life interesting? How interesting was this kind of life? Yi Chongqing really couldn't understand. Don't talk about how interesting this kind of life is. I don't want to live it for even a day. Only bullying those who are stronger than you? Do you really think this is called bullying others? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word bully? Always the weak defeating the strong. Always dancing on the edge of the blade. Always strolling between life and death. Always becoming stronger. Always having a goal to surpass. Li Qinglong's face was fascinated. Isn't this kind of life great? Yi Chongqing's heart was filled with countless mythical beasts roaring. He simply didn't know what to say. Li Qinglong usually couldn't tell, but now it seemed that this kid was the same as Xiaoduo. They were both mentally ill. Yi Changqing wanted to say something, but nothing came out of his mouth. The words that he wanted to say turned in his mouth a few times, but in the end, he swallowed them back and changed it to another sentence. Ahem, it's also quite good. He wanted to ask Swollen to come over and give him some encouragement and care, but he never thought that this kid's plan was actually so, that he didn't even want to say anything. Should it be said that a weirdo actually had a friend with the same weird thoughts? Once this thought came to his mind, Principal Yi suddenly felt dispirited. He even had a strange thought that actually this is the best that could happen. Thinking about it, Zhou Xiaoduo and Li Qinglong, these two geniuses, together, the two of them complemented each other perfectly. When Li Qinglong was weak, Zhou Xiaoduo could bear all the wind and rain, allowing Li Qinglong to hide behind the scenes and plan the overall situation with peace of mind. Zhou Xiaoduo was a guy who didn't like to use his brain. With Li Qinglong helping him plan, it would only make him feel more at ease. It was the perfect combination of a perfect pair. Thinking of this, Yi Changqing suddenly felt a lot more cheerful. Yes, this is how things should unfold. He inexplicably thought of a sentence in his heart. A wolf should have a wolf. Zhou Xiaoduo can peacefully be a wolf. Li Qinglong can peacefully be a wolf. Actually, it was quite good. Yes, colluding with each other. Yi Changqing shuddered. If these two fellows were to work together to do bad things, it was really unimaginable. It couldn't be colluding with each other. It could be working together in a sorry state. Sorry state. It didn't sound good no matter what. Okay, it's fine. You can go back. Li Qinglong came in a daze and left in a daze. Throughout the whole process, there were only two sentences that didn't make any sense. He was completely confused. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, began to pace slowly in the office with his hands behind his back. There was a smile at the corner of his mouth. I'm a hidden dragon martial artist. This time, I have really dug up a treasure. He, a peerless talent, a military advisor, a peerless genius. Haha. High in the clouds, high in the ancestral dragon. What do you have to fight with me? Any random student would be able to beat all of you. My team is so awesome. High in the clouds, the ancestral dragon is my younger brother. If they dare, they will be heroes. Two geniuses kill you. Principal Yi sang a little tune that he composed himself and shook his head. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life. If I can't do it, who can do it? Finally, under my leadership, the high in the clouds will be able to suppress everyone and become the king of martial arts. Yi Changqing felt that he had already surpassed his predecessors. His achievements were immeasurable. Ring, 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 the phone rang. Yi Changqing didn't even look at it. He picked it up directly. Who are you? The person on the other side was stunned for a moment. You are Yi Changqing? I'm Dongfang Zhenyang. Marshal Dongfang was confused. Yi Changqing actually dared to speak so loudly to me? It seemed that this kid had become arrogant after retiring from the army. Dapft. Yi Changqing sat on the floor. Cold sweat broke out, and he stuttered. Marshal Dongfang. Hello, Marshal. Why did you call me personally? This. What's wrong? Are you unhappy that I called? Marshal Dongfang's voice was a little strange. No, no, no. I don't dare to accept your courtesy. I'm happy. I'm happy. Yes, I'm happy. Yi Changqing was about to cry. Why didn't he look at the number when he picked up the phone just now? Actually, it would have been a waste of time. He didn't even have Marshal Dongfang's private number. Who knew who was on the other side of the phone? Yes, I heard that there's a top military advisor in your school. Marshal Dongfang said sternly. Remember, keep it for the Dongfang army. Yi Changqing coughed. Cough, cough, Marshal I'll try my best. Try your best. Marshal Dongfang sounded dissatisfied. No, no, it's for sure, for sure. Yi Changqing stood at attention reflexively and made a promise. Yes, remember this number. If there's anything, look for me. Marshal Dongfang said calmly. Okay. Yes, yes. Then the phone was hung up, but Yi Changqing was sweating profusely. In an instant, his clothes were drenched in sweat, and his clothes were drenched in cold sweat. However, before he could put down his hand, the phone rang again. It was still an unknown number. He picked it up immediately. Yi Changqing asked carefully, Who is this? I'm Shiman Lai. A manic voice came from the other side. Are you Yi Changqing? Yi Changqing from the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School? Why is the phone busy for so long? I thought you had blacklisted me. The sweat that Yi Changqing had just wiped off came out again. At this moment, he was completely awake, and he instantly knew where the problem was. Li Qinglong and the evaluation of a top military advisor. Obviously, the four marshals were people who had the authority to know. It seemed that they were all tempted. Hello, Marshal Shiman. I wouldn't dare. Besides, I don't know your number. Yi Changqing hurriedly explained. His explanation was exactly the same. Oh, you mean you can block me now that you know my number? Marshal Shiman snorted. This is my private number. If you're in a bad mood in the future, just block me. I wouldn't dare. Marshal, you're joking. You still know that I'm joking. You're smart, Marshal Shiman said. I heard that the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School has a top military advisor. Yes, but this. No buts. This military advisor will be a member of the Western Army from now on. Cough, cough. It's settled then. Train him well for me. If you spoil my military advisor, Marshal Shiman hung up the phone without hesitation. Yi Changqing looked at the phone in his hand. For a moment, he was in a mess. I'll just hold it in my hand. There will definitely be more calls. As expected, the Ministry of Finance called. Minister Nan, who had been offline for a few chapters, came online again. The Southern Army doesn't have a marshal now. If we don't have a military advisor, how can we fight? Principal Yi, don't you think so? Everything under the heavens has to be reasonable, doesn't it? We had a good cooperation before. I think our friendly cooperation can continue. It must be like this, right? Minister Nan said. I'm in charge of the case of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yi Changqing was in a daze. Then, a moment later, an unknown number called. I'm Bei Gonghao, Northern Army Marshal Bei Gonghao. I heard that your school has a top military advisor. Principal Yi, I'm old. I don't know if I'll be able to see this top military advisor serving in the Northern Army in another 18,000 years. Bei Gonghao's words were more polite than the others. However, thinking about it, it was terrifying. I can live for another 18,000 years. How dare you? Yi Changqing offend me. I should be able to. Yi Changqing made up his mind. Damn it. I'll agree to everything. When the time comes, you guys can go and snatch it yourselves. Anyway, there are still 3 years before Li Qinglong graduates. In these 3 years, the case of the Hidden Dragon Martial Arts School should be completed. Once this matter comes to an end, I'll immediately resign and retire. After Li Qinglong's matter is over, I'll make the school hire him again. That's pretty good, isn't it? Chapter 540. Yi Changqing made up his mind. Anyway, I can't afford to get involved in this, and I don't want to either. I'll let Xiang Kuangren take the blame, or Wen Xingtian. Both of them are stubborn and fearless. Let's see if you'll be afraid then. Yi Changqing thought to himself. He had other options for the scapegoat. At this moment, the door opened. One of the scapegoats walked in. Wen Xingtian. Brother, can you be the headmaster? Yi Changqing blurted out. Wen Xingtian was surprised. What do you mean? You can't suppress your old illness and don't have long to live. Damn, I'm in good health. What I mean is cough, cough. Why are you here now? Do you want to be the principal? Why are you so concerned about my health? Yi Changqing glared at him. Why do you keep coming to the principal's office? What are you trying to do? Aren't you afraid that it'll affect your reputation? Aren't you afraid that it'll spread rumors? I think you're quite ambitious. Wen Xingtian. He looked at Yi Changqing strangely. Is there something wrong with this old thing's brain? Why are you suddenly biting me like a mad dog? How did I offend you? Did I eat your rice? This old thing is asking for a beating. What do you mean by I keep coming to your office? What do you mean by it'll affect my reputation? As if I've been hurt by you. It's all that bastard's Xiaodu's fault. Why did he give this old thing the jade of astral souls? And he gave me so many. Otherwise, I could have pressed him to the ground right now and do whatever I want to him. Weakling who relies on taking pills. I have self-restraint. I won't be angry with you. I'm talking about the direction of Li Qinglong's cultivation. Will it be tilted towards military advisor? When Xingtian asked, it'll definitely tilt towards him. It's inevitable, Yi Changqing said calmly, but his cultivation aptitude is also one of the best in the continent. His own cultivation cannot fall behind. When Xingtian was speechless, there was only so much time in a day. If he leaned towards the military advisor, the time he had to practice martial arts would naturally be reduced by a lot. If he could advance at the same time, why would he ask you? Asking was equivalent to not asking. It seemed like this old man's brain was really damaged. Just give him the relevant knowledge about the military counselor and let him go back to study by himself. Yi Changqing said matter-of-factly, just treat it as homework. When Xingtian was immediately filled with admiration. As expected of the principal, even if his brain was damaged, he could still come up with such a crazy idea. How could he not be impressed? Just now, I received 4 phone calls. Yi Changqing frowned, looking troubled. However, they have been brothers for many years. How could when Xingtian not notice that after his boss's embarrassed expression, he seemed to be a little smug? Show off? When Xingtian almost doubted his eyes, he could not help but feel more and more puzzled. You only received 4 phone calls. What are you showing off for? It was from Marshal Dongfang, Marshal Shiman, Marshal Beigong, and Marshal Nan. Yi Changqing sighed. They specifically asked Li Qinglong to go to the army after graduation. When Xingtian looked at the old man's bitter face as he tried to suppress his arrogance, he couldn't help but curl his lips and ask, "Then how did you reply?" "Nonsense, of course I agreed to all of them," Yi Changqing said matter-of-factly. "Fuck." When Xingtian could not help but curse. "If you were the principal, I would have to give it to you." When Xingtian gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. "Awesome. When the time comes, you will have offended at least 3 of them. Don't blame us for ignoring our brotherhood. We will definitely not jump into this pit with you. At most, we will help you collect your corpse." "It's not at least 3, it's definitely 4. Yi Changqing sighed and raised 4 fingers. 4? 4? Why? Well, because Li Qinglong does not want to go anywhere, nor does he want to be a military advisor. He just wants to follow with Xiaoduo all the way, never leaving, never abandoning, never changing. Yi Changqing sighed. Look at Xiaoduo. Does he look like someone who will go to the army? So, the 4 marshals are destined to fall through. When Xingtian was dumbfounded. But you've already agreed. If you can't keep your promise, it's still your business. Yes, Yi Changqing said. Sure, San, before Li Qinglong graduates, I'm going to let you take over the principal's position temporarily. When Xingtian cursed and turned to leave, there's no need to wait until then. It's too troublesome. Hidden Dragon High School is about to disappear from the stage of history. I'm not going to be buried with him. I'm resigning today. Right now. Xiaoduo was still in a bad mood when he returned to the villa. Shortcoming. Today's trial made Xiaoduo discover his biggest shortcoming. Command. Strategy. I'm still okay with being reckless. But when it comes to the battlefield between 2 armies, this shortcoming is too obvious. There's no room for mediation at all. Xiaoduo was deeply worried. If I really encounter such a thing on the battlefield in the future, do I have no choice but to fight my way out and run away? Let these 500 comrades follow me and sacrifice themselves in battle after battle? I can't help but admit that something like today will definitely happen in the future. But if I escape by myself, what will I become? Then I must have the ability to command. The ability to see the big picture, foresight, investigation. I don't have any of these. The biggest advantage of Xiaoduo's character was that unless he didn't discover his own weakness, he would definitely find a way to correct it. Moreover, he would correct it in the shortest time possible. Being able to follow good advice was his greatest strength. Of course, if one's martial strength was higher than his and pointed out his weakness, he would happily correct it and thank you. If one's martial strength was lower than his and pointed out his weakness, he would also happily correct it and thank you with a violent beating. That night, Xiaoduo fell into a rare silence. He rearranged his schedule. Practicing the hammer technique and strength was one aspect. Practicing the flaming sun scripture was another. Practicing the sword technique and concealed weapon was another aspect. Finally, he squeezed out an hour of research mission. After all, he was going to carry out a mission alone tomorrow. Until now, he hadn't received any mission. Of course, during this hour, Li Qinglong accompanied him in his research. The mission would be the most important thing in the future. Zhua, the known mission to find medicine, is basically the same. Li Qinglong frowned and said, 99% of them grow underground, and many of them don't rely on vines to survive. In other words, they all grow underground on their own, leaving very few traces on the surface. Every one of these medicines is very difficult to find. They all grow underground at an unknown depth. Even if I personally search, I won't be able to find any clues just by looking at the surface. Take this Huanyang grass, for example. Its scientific name is grass, but when you see it in person, you'll realize that its name doesn't really live up to its name. It grows underground like a vine. Usually, it can only be discovered when it's more than 100 meters underground. Of course, it doesn't mean that there is this kind of grass underground. This thing is very rare. Wanting to find this kind of grass is harder than finding a needle in a haystack. It's not an exaggeration. Finding a needle in a haystack, at least you can see it, but this Huanyang grass is truly invisible, completely invisible. Yes, it's not just the yang returning grass. There are also the 3 light vines, phoenix bloodfruit, lightproof peach, coldflower. The things I mentioned are all very beautiful, just from the illustration handbook. They all look like plants that live on the ground. But in fact, all of them can only grow in the underground space. The common characteristic of these spirit plants is that they are afraid of light, especially sunlight. At the same time, they are also afraid of practitioners with abnormally strong blood and qi. For example, Zhua, Flaming Sun Divine Art, is directly the nemesis of these spirit plants. Once you encounter them, they will turn into ashes. Li Qinglong shook his head. And these missions all require you to enter the wasteland. Not to mention the high risk, they are also very difficult to find. There is basically no possibility of completing them. It's still the same sentence, the treasures on the surface, even if there are only leaves on the surface. How can you step on them? They would have been finished long ago. Li Qinglong said, if it were up to me, you might as well take on the mission of arresting criminals. The missions issued by the investigation department have at least a face that can be identified. You can follow the map and find the target's basic information, such as the skills, weapons, height, etc. Zhou Xiaoduo rolled his eyes and said, you make it sound so easy. Look at these missions from the military department and the investigation department. Aren't these targets' cultivation levels above the nascent soul transformation? Moreover, there aren't many nascent soul transformation targets. Most of them are cloud transformation practitioners. Do you think I can deal with them? Look below. These missions are for Origin Elixir Realm and Embryonic Breathing Realm practitioners. How can you snatch them? Basically, they're taken away the moment they are listed. Moreover, it's not just one person. Most of them were listed today. More than 100 people swarmed up to snatch them. Some of them didn't even have time to accept the mission before it was completed. Only those high-level ones. Everyone is more humble. Zhou Xiao's face was full of nostalgia. There really weren't any missions that were easy to complete. The missions from the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy were still okay. Various spiritual medicines, superb quality jade of astral souls, and the inner elixir of a star beast. Basically, there were only these 3 types of missions that could be completed with basic clues. However, the social missions were open to the whole world. It wasn't just the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy. There were too many ancient martial art practitioners eyeing it. As long as there was a simple mission, regardless of whether they could do it or not, they would accept it first. What if they were lucky enough to complete it? Hence, Zhou Xiaoduo simply gave up on the social missions after looking at them for a long time. He didn't want to participate anymore. It's also difficult to complete the arresting missions. Zhou Xiaoduo also rejected Li Qinglong's suggestion. I know myself well enough. All the targets above the nascent soul transformation that can be issued missions. Which one of them isn't an old fox? Chapter 541. Zhou Xiaoduo shook his head like a rattledrum. The cultivation and strength of the fugitives who have been given the mission are secondary. These people are all ruthless and cunning characters. Although I feel that I'm already very powerful against these people, the possibility of me being defeated is still very high. A gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. There's no need to touch these people's heads. Zhuo's mentality was still very clear. He was not blindly arrogant. For the time being, the priority is still to find the medicine and the star beast's inner core. The risk of finding these targets is within a controllable range. They should be the first priority. Zhuo did not tell Li Qinglong the other reason he chose to find the medicine was. Xiaolong. That guy was known as the Dragon of Earth Veins. He could find the higher-level jade of astral souls buried deep in the ground. Would it have a miraculous effect on the many spirit plants buried deep in the ground? As long as it could be done, there would be no problem getting this guy to help. I have Didi here. If you don't help, you won't be able to eat it. Swollen, help me choose the mission. I still have some confidence in finding the medicine. Zhuo took a deep breath and became serious. Then we have to consider the difficulties and dangers we may encounter when I go out to do the mission alone. Yes, Li Qinglong said, this point must be considered. Why should I recommend you to go out to catch criminals when you go out to do the mission? Because most of those targets are hidden in the sea of people. There are people coming and going everywhere. Once they ask for help, it won't be slow. As long as you make a phone call and delay for a few seconds, you can delay until someone comes to save you. But if you insist on accepting the mission to find the spirit plants, you will inevitably go to a place where there are few people. In that kind of place, everything will become out of control, especially now that your identity is sensitive. I think those who want to target you will not let go of this opportunity. Li Qinglong sighed. Actually, I don't understand. Why did Teacher Wen choose to let you go alone at this time? You're now a key target, and it's like pulling a hair out of a hair will affect the entire situation, and the impact will be far-reaching. Within the Hidden Dragon Martial School, there is naturally no one who dares to touch you. Within the Hidden Dragon Martial School sphere of influence, your safety factor is also extremely high. There is no need to be too worried. But once you go out, the Gao family, Wei family, Wu family, and Lu family in Shangjing, the Li family, Wu family, and Gao family in the local area, and the UMNO Alliance members who may or may not be hiding in the dark will use this opportunity to make a move against you. This is foreseeable, inevitable, and inevitable. Death is at hand, and death is upon you. Li Qinglong took a deep breath. It's really too dangerous. Even if you are a genius and your ability far surpasses your peers, your true level of cultivation is still only in the embryonic breathing realm. Even if your true combat ability can defeat an elixir primordial cultivator, or even an ordinary nascent soul transformation cultivator. What about Huayan? Where's Imperial God? There's a limit to defeating someone stronger than you. If the other party wants to succeed in one strike and kill you, they will definitely send out their top combat ability. At least in my opinion, the other party has already realized your importance, so they won't use the Elixir Primordial Cultivator or Nascent Soul Transformation Cultivator's combat ability to deal with you. No one is a fool. They will definitely understand this method of nurturing venomous insects that will bury their own combat ability. Nurturing a venomous insect that is fatal to them. So, as long as the other party sends out people to deal with you, it will definitely be the top combat ability of Huayan and above. With a thunderous strike, you will definitely die. Li Qinglong said, you chose to go out and do the mission at this time. The degree of danger is 1,000 or 10,000 times higher than others. Basically, you are jumping into the gates of hell, jumping in and out. Zhuo's expression turned unprecedentedly serious, and serious. He said slowly, that's why I want to go out. Huh? Li Qinglong turned his head to look at him, his eyes full of confusion. You also said that the school's protection for me has already reached the extreme. Zhuo's expression was somewhat inexplicable. He said softly, swollen, you see, since we came here, we have been living in this villa. The principal is our neighbor. And then, no matter what we do, There will be a group of teachers following us. Now, there is also Grandma Sure, so there is no need to worry about our safety. In the beginning, we indeed felt very safe. But now, not only is this protection not decreasing, it is getting stronger and stronger. If we don't fight for it, then it is very likely that we will spend these 4 years in this hidden dragon high school. I am afraid of death, and I also don't want to die. But I am not willing to continue living like this. Zhuo Xiaoduo said sadly. If we cultivate to Huayun, and God reigning in the end in this hidden dragon high school, this period of time is too long. So long that we will gradually adapt to this rhythm, so much so that we can't quickly adapt to the rhythm of the outside world and the bloodshed. Zhuo Xiaoduo said, for us, the disadvantages will outweigh the advantages, and there will be many hidden dangers. That is why I want to take advantage of this period of time to go out and do missions. I want to personally experience the taste of danger. Danger may not necessarily not be a turning point, but it may also not necessarily not be a good opportunity. Zhuo Xiaoduo said softly, as for my personal safety, the school will definitely have people following me in secret to protect me. There may not be any real danger to my life. Since the school has made the decision to let me go out for training, they will definitely do their best to protect my personal safety. This is an inevitable move. There is no need to doubt it. On the other hand, if I go out, and I really go out, the enemies who want to target me will also know that there is someone protecting me. If they want to target me, they will target the people who protect me as well. In fact, this is another game between the two great powers. It may also be of great help to find the real culprit behind all those things during the years of high school. And this is also the reason why Principal Yi and the others agreed to let me go out and do missions. If I blindly stay in the hidden dragon high school, how would the enemies dare to make a move? Zhuo Xiaoduo smiled. That is why I must go out and give them a chance. Li Qinglong nodded and said, since you have thought of everything and have made thorough preparations, I will not say more. Just as you said, danger can also be a turning point, and it can also be a good opportunity. Since you have made up your mind, then immediately put it into action. At least in a short period of time, you can make the people who want to target you lose their plans and be caught off guard. Li Qinglong said, also, you can accept all the missions like finding medicine in the school, especially those missions for inner cores. You can also accept all of them. After you accept all of them, you will hand them over as soon as you complete them. It all depends on your luck. Accepting a mission doesn't necessarily mean that you have to complete it. Similarly, accepting a mission doesn't mean that others can't accept it, because these are all missions with a high demand. The more, the better. It's not like those hunting missions where there is only one head. But your range of activities must be planned well. Safety is always the first priority. You are in the light, so you must always be on guard against enemies hiding in the dark. Li Qinglong took out 4 huge maps, which were the maps of Fenghai's surrounding wastelands and mountain ridges. One map was more than 30 square meters. Even if it was placed in the villa's huge living room, it could barely be spread out. The 4 edges of the map had to be curled up. The middle area is the Fenghai City area. You can ignore it, because what you want is completely meaningless in terms of the city area. And these maps are the latest maps of the 4 directions given by the government. I knew that you were going out to do missions these 2 days, so I found someone to make these maps. These are the latest and most professional maps for the current location. Li Qinglong pointed out and said, you don't have to go to the most peripheral area. In the north, in this ironwood forest, there is a layer of ground thorn grass. If the ground thorn grass wants to grow well, it must be frequently visited by the golden-crowned eagle. Because the golden-crowned eagle's feces contain the most needed nutrients for the ground thorn grass, and the rainbow snake is the golden-crowned eagle's favorite prey. So, this ironwood forest should be the place where the rainbow snake gathers and grows, and the rainbow snake generally travels underground. It will drill a lot of deep holes in a certain area. And the feces of the rainbow snake can be said to be the natural nourishment for the cultivation of underground spiritual plants that if you want to find the Huanyang grass, you should be able to find it by searching underground in this forest. If you can't find it in this forest, you don't have to think about other places. Li Qinglong carefully analyzed and explained, using a pen to draw 4 directions on the map. In the west, it is said that there is an active volcano that often emits smoke, and there are countless fire sea lizards gathered there. They are at least at the high level of nascent soul, and there is no lack of cloud transformation or even higher level star beasts. If there is a magma river in the Earth's core there, it is possible to find the chilling flower near the magma river. It is a strange flower that absorbs the power of the sea of fire and grows with extreme cold and extreme heat. It goes against the flow of the world, and it really takes the good fortune of heaven and earth. But if there is no magma river, the temperature will not reach the same level, and there will be no opportunity for such a strange flower to exist. Li Qinglong was very familiar with the characteristics of the herbs needed by the hidden dragon martial artists and the possible places of growth, one by one, to Zhuoxiaoduo. Zhuoxiaoduo listened carefully and did not miss a single word. He even used his mobile phone to record what Zhengxing said. Zhuoxiaoduo never doubted or hesitated about Li Longqing's analysis and judgment. It was like this in the past, and it was still like this now. Li Qinglong talked for more than an hour before he stopped. I will improve my strength as soon as possible, strive to be qualified to do the task, and then go out with you to do the task. Li Qinglong said, "Don't search too fast. Remember to leave some for me." No problem, no problem. I will definitely leave some for you. Li Qinglong began to practice and finally said, "My last suggestion is that you temporarily limit yourself to the left side of the West Mountain to look for spiritual plants. In that case, even if you encounter a strong enemy and the accompanying teachers can't catch up or can't stop the enemy, you can still jump into the crater to buy time." Chapter 542. With your cultivation of the Flaming Sun Sutra, even if you jump into the volcano, you can guarantee that you won't die in a short period of time. That will be the most difficult and dangerous time. It's the last chance for you to survive. Heaven never bars one's way. Even if you're at death's door, you can't give up hope. Of course I understand this. I'll remember it. Zhuoxiaoduo patted Li Qinglong's shoulder. He had to admit that Swollen Bear was really worried about him. He even thought of such an extreme step back for him. Awesome. Letting me jump into a lava river. The plan was completed. Zhuoxiaoduo entered the space of the Tower of Annihilation. During this time, he had already poured 400 to 500 carriages of Astral Souls powder into it. The dragon-shaped mountain range inside the tower had taken on a certain scale after the large amount of Astral Souls powder was poured in. However, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't have time to take a closer look because the temperature in the space had once again risen to a frightening level. The entire space was twisting, but the heat wave was still rising, continuing to increase in temperature. The power of the Flaming Sun Sutra had already started to flow vigorously in his meridians. He hadn't even started to cultivate, but waves of hot energy had already spontaneously squeezed into his body through his pores as Zhuoxiaoduo didn't hesitate. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra. However, in an instant, the red pearl in his dantian started to spin crazily again. His body then turned into a whirlpool. Copious amounts of hot energy spun rapidly and rushed into his body like 100 rivers converging into the sea. The Flaming Sun Sutra, which had already reached the peak of the first layer, had the same hot energy as the raging waves of the sea. However, this time, the amount of heat accumulated in the Tower of Annihilation was too much. After 99 cycles of cultivation, Zhuoxiaoduo suddenly felt the Flaming Sun Sutra in his dantian shrink abruptly. It started to spin at an unprecedented speed, like a hurricane that was fiercer than a tornado. The hot energy circulated in his meridians. At this moment, he could even hear the sound of it flowing rapidly. At the same time, his dantian seemed to have turned into a bottomless black hole, sweeping away all the scorching yuan energy in the air in an instant. The dantian's spiritual energy paused for a few seconds before rushing out against the current with an earth-shattering momentum. Zhuoxiaoduo could clearly feel that the path of the second stage of the Flaming Sun Sutra had appeared in his body. The scorching heat rushed in like a hot knife through butter. In an instant, his entire body swelled up and turned red. Smoke rose from his bald head. Then, with a puff, A flame appeared on top of his head and slowly burned. As it burned, the heat grew higher and higher, and a blazing white flower appeared on top of his head. The heat continued to evaporate, burning the space beside the flower into a distorted black hole. At the same time, the surging heat rushed to the entrance and crashed into it without stopping. Xiaoduo's body trembled as blood spurted out of his 7 orifices. However, as soon as the blood spurted out, it was immediately incinerated. The heat in his body continued to surge 9 times without stopping. Then, it was as if a mysterious door had suddenly opened. The instant the hole opened, a majestic force like lava gushed in, as if rushing into an ice river. A wisp of black qi suddenly evaporated. That was the Xiantian qi that was originally sealed in his meridians. It was originally a good thing, but now it was completely evaporated by the power of the Flaming Sun scripture, without any mercy. The spiritual energy surged forward and poured into the brand new meridians. Xiaoduo could only feel a warm and comfortable feeling filling his entire body. It was like when you didn't eat or drink for a whole day in the cold winter. You suddenly drank a bowl of porridge. His stomach was burned by the heat, and it was a little painful, but it was followed by a blissful and comfortable feeling of satisfaction. It was very comforting that the power of the second stage of the Flaming Sun Sutra smoothly entered the new meridians and quickly circulated one cycle. Wherever it passed, wisps of black smoke rose from Xiaoduo's body. It was only one cycle. After one cycle, the blazing white lotus above his head suddenly retracted and returned to his meridians and dantian. In his dantian, a red sun appeared. Around the red pearl in the embryonic breathing realm, a circle of crimson light appeared and radiated in all directions. The original red pillar was at the bottom of his dantian, but now it was in the middle of his dantian. It was like a sun hanging in midair. Radiance radiated in all directions. His entire body was brimming with unprecedented power. The second stage of the Flaming Sun Sutra, Crimson Sun, Golden Sun, completed. Xiaoduo slowly stood up and moved his arms and legs. The bones in his body all made cracking sounds. Feeling the abundant power in his body, the corners of his mouth curled up in satisfaction. It was a kind of smugness that couldn't help but overflow from his body because he had finally achieved great success. I have already mastered the second stage of the Flaming Sun 9 Heavens. I am now very awesome. I am no longer a ruthless person, but a ruthless person. I am a few points more powerful than a ruthless person. Plus, I am domineering. Having achieved great success, he couldn't help but feel excited. Unexpectedly, he fully activated the Flaming Sun Sutra and slowly threw a punch. Suddenly, a majestic power that could melt gold and stone came out of the punch. The blazing power shook the void. Everywhere it passed, there were cracks in the space and deep black holes. The space of hundreds of feet was completely incinerated by this power. Xiaoduo's mouth curled up. His body slowly rose with his hands behind his back. In the space, he flew like a deity. This time, he activated the power of the Crimson Sun Golden Sun to the limit and performed it to his heart's content. In a split second, Xiaoduo's whole body spewed out blazing white flames. Mighty, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. This was the highest level of acting tough. In a private space, he was acting tough for himself. Then, 6666666, Xiaoduo shouted with envy and admiration. I have cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra for a year and finally broke through the second heaven. Today I have stepped into the martial world, and my feet are like mountains. Xiaoduo recited a poem in an arrogant manner. His original idea was Dantian essence beneath one's feet is like a mountain, but on second thought, a mere Dantian essence was too weak, so he changed it to Imperial Spirit. Actually, there is nothing wrong with it. Humans should always have some ambition. Although I am bragging now, even if I can't beat him now, it doesn't mean that I can't beat him in the future. I am just making a poem to act tough in advance. When I beat Master 1 to the ground in the future, it won't be too late to recite it in front of others. It is reasonable to plan ahead and make plans early. Zhuo slowly walked in the air with his hands behind his back. His graceful bearing was outstanding. He was like a divine jade, as deep as the abyss and as high as the mountain. He had the demeanor of a great master. His whole body was still burning with flames. The heat waves were rolling, burning the sky and burning the earth. He was insufferably arrogant. In the space, on the newly built dragon vein, the shadow of a small dragon popped its head out and looked at the shadow in the air in shock. He was not shocked by brothers with strength, but by was shamelessness. There is not even a strand of hair here. You are acting tough for yourself, and you can still be so intoxicated? This is too much. That's what Xiaoduo strolled into space for a full 5 minutes. Finally, he was almost intoxicated. At the same time, he felt that the heart of the sun was still emitting heat. But the little heat now can only make me feel a little warm. I have to store it for a while, or use it later. Master Zhuo was very arrogant now. 5 minutes later, a certain someone who had finished studying 32 different ways to act tough finally left the space of the Tower of Annihilation. But after he went out, he was stunned on the spot. He seemed to feel that something was wrong, that he looked at the clock hanging on the wall. The second hand was ticking forward. There was nothing unusual. 1:30 a.m. It was early in the morning. It was time to sleep. That something was wrong. Xiaoduo finally realized what was wrong. He immediately took out his phone from the space ring. He looked at the time on the phone and was speechless for a long time. 4:30 a.m. This was where the problem lay. I went into the Tower of Annihilation to practice after chatting with Swollen. It was 12:30 a.m. at that time. I remember the time clearly. There is no mistake. I spent at least 4 hours in the space, so there was no mistake about it. But why is the time on the phone showing 1:30 a.m.? Why are there 3 hours missing? What is going on? Xiaoduo frowned and pondered. Could it be that the phone was broken? But I am 99 astral souls that a certain someone who was eager to find the answer ran downstairs like a whirlwind and rushed into Li Chenglong's bedroom. Li Chenglong was sleeping soundly. He was suddenly awakened. He subconsciously covered his crotch with the blanket and screamed, You, what are you doing in here? Swollen's face was pale. I am not wearing underwear. The white dids were rushing with red eyes. This dots was Xiaoduo did not have time to care about him. He directly jumped into the air and threw himself onto the bed. Li Chenglong's scream was earth-shattering. Boss, please be gentle. I have never experienced this. He stared blankly at Xiaoduo, who took his phone from beside the pillow and skillfully unlocked the screen at the time. 1:30 a.m. It was the same time as the clock on the wall. Xiaoduo scratched his head. He only felt a sense of ecstasy rising from his heart. Could it be? He grabbed Li Chenglong's phone and disappeared like a whirlwind. He went out the door and did not forget to close it with a bang. Li Chenglong heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help but touch his butt and murmured, Damn, I wanted to accept my fate. But it was not. That scared me to death. Hey, what are you doing with my phone? Xiaoduo grabbed his phone and Li Chenglong's phone and rushed into his room. He looked at the clock on the wall. 1:30 a.m. His phone. 4:30 a.m. Li Chenglong's phone. 1:31 a.m. He then rushed into the space of the Tower of Emptiness. As soon as he entered, he was stunned. He saw the shadow of a small dragon coiled into a ball, hugging the heart of the scorching sun tightly. When it saw Xiaoduo coming in, the small dragon raised its head in shock. Its eyes were filled with panic, and its body was stiff and trembling. I am still writing, but I will end it today. Don't be too tired. I have given you all the stock. I am looking for monthly votes. I can write more tonight, and try to make it explode tomorrow. Chapter 543. Fuck! Xiaoduo was enraged when he saw this. How could he not know that Xiaolong was messing around with the heart of the sun? In other words, he was taking advantage of him. A huge advantage. I was just about to look for you. Xiaoduo rushed over fiercely and scolded. Get up. This is my treasure. Did I let you use it? Who did you ask? How dare you do this? Do you want to die? You little bastard. You. How many years do you have to work to make up for this loss? Xiao Long, who was caught red-handed, did not even know how to tremble. He was so scared that his body stiffened. After a while, he remembered to let go of the heart of the scorching sun and screamed, "Ouch!" He ran toward the dragon vein without looking back. Oh no, I've been caught red-handed. No matter how I explain, it's useless. I'm so unlucky. Come back. Xiaoduo roared. Little Dragon felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately flew back with his tail between his legs. His face was full of uneasiness as if he had been caught in bed. Boss, I, 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 Xiao Long was in tears and snot. Stay there and don't move. Don't move at all? Xiaoduo roared. How could he be interested in punishing a criminal at this moment? He put the two phones away and sat down cross-legged to cultivate the Flaming Sun Sutra. He entered a state where he forgot about everything and focused on cultivation. Xiaolong curled up at the side with a dumbfounded expression. He watched as Xiaoduo came in and caught him red-handed, but he didn't seem to have any intention of punishing him. Instead, he directly entered a meditative state to cultivate. Xiaolong's heart was filled with confusion and disbelief. He scratched his head with a claw. His cute dragon eyes were full of confusion. What was going on? Was Zhuo crazy? Or was this the prelude to a storm? In the blink of an eye, 3 hours had passed since Xiaoduo started practicing. This time, he wasn't just absorbing the energy from the heart of the ardent sun. Following his breakthrough in the blazing sun divine art, he naturally had to focus on improving his own cultivation. The high-grade jade of astral souls and the dragon blood flying dagger had also joined in. Zhuoxiao's cultivation base improved rapidly with the help of the three-pronged method. One by one, the pieces of jade of astral souls turned into fine powder in Zhuoxiao's hands. They fell onto the floor of the Tower of Annihilation and disappeared without a trace that, well, cultivating in the Tower of Annihilation would save him the time needed to process the astral soul's jade powder. After this round of cultivation, a total of 200 superior-grade flying daggers were turned into dust, and the color of the dragon blood flying dagger had also faded slightly to only the heart of the ardent sun was still surging with heat waves, and its power did not diminish. Xiaoduo slowly opened his eyes. Xiao Long scratched his ears and cheeks, trying to please him. Boss! Xiaoduo ignored Xiao Long and grabbed 2 cell phones. His cell phone read 7:30 a.m. Li Qinglong's cell phone read 4:30 a.m. Xiaoduo's body flashed, and he immediately left the Tower of Annihilation. Then, he looked at the clock on the wall outside. It read 2:30 a.m. Ha! Xiaoduo laughed earth-shatteringly, and his heart was bursting with joy. Done! Done! The Tower of Annihilation was really done. 3 hours of cultivation inside was only 1 hour in the outside world. This was a ratio of 1 to 3. In other words, 3 years in the Tower of Annihilation was only 1 year in the outside world. 10 years was equivalent to 30 years, 100 years was equivalent to 300 years, and 1,000 years was equivalent to 3,000 years? Ha ha ha. I'm rich. I'm the son of destiny. Who the hell dares to disobey me? Xiaoduo was in his room, holding the Tower of Annihilation and laughing maniacally. Xiaoduo could not be blamed for losing his composure. This was really a great thing. Compared to a windfall, there were many more pies falling from the sky. In the past, the research direction of the Space Exterminating Pagoda was originally towards this direction. However, at the last moment, the sorcerer tribe attacked forcefully, causing all their efforts to be in vain and completely destroyed. But Xiaoduo never thought that the Tower of Annihilation, which was only used as a large storage space and training space, would have such a heaven-defying effect by chance. Yes, it was heaven-defying. One must know that. With the support of this space, no matter how hard others cultivated, under normal circumstances, 1 year was only 1 year. But he could cultivate for 3 years and increase his cultivation by 3 times. It was like a normal person sleeping for 8 hours, but in his case, it was an extra day. Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed wildly. With such a magical weapon in hand, if I'm not the main character, who is? Ha ha ha. I, Zhuo Xiaoduo, am blessed by God. All of you, quickly kneel down. Ha ha ha. I'm the king of the world today. My dear ministers, I give each of you a bowl of dog poop. My dear ministers, eat to your heart's content and shout, "Long live the emperor." Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Li Qinglong, this is the dog poop that I give you. He casually threw Li Qinglong's cell phone out of the window. The phone flew out with a whoosh and stopped in front of Li Qinglong's window. It swayed on its own and opened the window slightly. Then, it entered the room and quietly landed beside Li Qinglong's pillow. It seemed that it had not moved at all. This micromanipulation was exquisite. Throughout the entire process, there was almost no sound at all. Although there was almost no sound, it didn't mean that there was no sound at all. Li Qinglong, who had something on his mind, suddenly woke up and got up. He touched the phone that he had lost and found again, and he was deep in thought. Did he sneak in again? This, what is Zhuo trying to do? Li Qinglong was still sitting on the bed naked. He thought about it and felt more and more unsafe, so he found a pair of underwear and put it on. I can't sleep naked in the future. It's too dangerous. Should I cover myself first? I don't think so. Zhuo won't force me, right? No, isn't he the kind of person who forces people against their will? If it doesn't work, I'll take the initiative to give him my body and let him lose the novelty. Then, I'll be able to be at ease in the future. It still won't work. If he gets addicted and falls into depravity, won't I be asking for trouble, falling into depravity, and seeking my own death? No, I need to think about this at length. Li Qinglong muttered to himself and fell asleep again after a long time. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not know about the endless imagination on the other side of the swollen face. He was so excited that his pupils dilated. However, he could not share this with anyone else. He could only keep it to himself. After changing 36 positions in a row and showing off to himself again, he finally managed to control his excitement a little. Then, he realized that there seemed to be a thief in the space of the Tower of Emptiness that he had not dealt with yet. At the moment of clarity, he naturally remembered that a certain thief had taken advantage of him. Although he had gained a lot today, and did not mind a little bit, it was still a loss after all. Thinking deeper, the flow of time in the Tower of Emptiness was 3 times faster than the outside world. 1 day was equivalent to 3 days. Taking advantage of him meant that he was losing 3 times faster. How could this be? He coughed, put his hands behind his back, put on a judge's face, and entered the space again with a gloomy expression. Xiao Long curled up in front of the heart of the sun, blinking his eyes. His face was full of confusion and cautiousness. There was also an indescribable sense of cowardice. Boss, how are you going to punish me? Why don't you come quickly and leave me hanging like this? I'll be even more frightened. Just give me a quick stab so that I won't be mentally tormented. You, come here. Zhuo Xiaoduo deliberately put on a poker face. Boss. Xiao Long came over aggrievedly. Tears were about to fall from his eyes. I was wrong. Zhuo Xiaoduo snorted. His face became colder and colder, but his tone was indifferent. We'll talk about your mistake later. Now, let me ask you what's going on. WH. What? Time. Zhuo Xiaoduo's words were concise and comprehensive. His eyes were like lightning, and his face was as calm as water. He was very majestic. Time. What's wrong with time? Isn't this normal? Xiao Long was even more confused. He asked in confusion. I'm saying that 3 days here is only 1 day in the outside world. Is this normal? Zhuo Xiaoduo went straight to the point. Yes, boss. That's all we can do for now. Xiao Long hurriedly explained. Zhuo Xiaoduo's mind was spinning. That's all we can do for now? What did that mean? Could it continue to increase? Zhuo Xiaoduo's face was still gloomy. He pretended to be very dissatisfied. Why is it only 3 days? Why isn't it 300 times faster than the outside world? 300 times? 1 day is equivalent to 300 days? Xiao Long was completely stunned. He shook his head like a rattle drum and cried. Boss, please forgive me. Even if I move all the dragon veins here, I can't make it 300 times faster. Even if I gather all the earth veins and the astral souls, I might not be able to do it. Sob. This was simply an impossible task. So what was making things too difficult for the dragon? Huh? What did he mean? Gather all the earth veins? Wah? Gather all of them? Zhuoxiao's eyes were shining like light bulbs. He said solemnly, gloomily, and majestically, I want to know the whole story. Speak, word by word. Xiaolong's face was bitter. He said with a guilty look, Boss, your space is an unstable space created by humans. It's a special space that isolates reality. It's a product that defies the natural order. It can only be created on the premise of deceiving the heavenly axiom. What's more, your space wasn't complete when it was first built. The result was that it could only be shielded. It has no other functions. Boss, I'm loyal to you. Your business is my business. So I've been running around sweating like rain. I've been through fire and water for you. I've been working hard to extract the remaining power of the ascended dragon veins. Boss, it's been hard on me. I'm so tired that my lumbar muscles are strained and my disc is protruding. Chapter 544. Boss, I braved the danger of being crushed to death over such a big, long, and thick dragon vein. It was such a long journey. I was so tired that my soul almost left my body. Only then did I inject a large amount of the dragon vein's power of providence into you. Up until now, I've used an entire dragon vein's earth chi to make up for the defects and restore the functions it should have. Xiaolong cried and snot as he tried his best to show off his hard work, hoping to reduce the punishment for theft. As he spoke, he peeked at Zhuoxiao's expression, hoping to see a hint of relief on the dignified face of a judge. But the more he looked, the more nervous he became. Zhuo's face was expressionless, like a poker face. Sobbed that who was Zhuoxiao? If he was given a huge charge, he would be the same as eating the plaintiff and the defendant. How could he be soft-hearted? Besides, now was the best time to completely subdue this little guy in one go. No matter what, Zhuoxiao would not miss it. You want to get away so easily after capturing this kid's crime scene? What kind of person do you think Zhuoxiao am? Continue. Zhuoxiao's face was stern, and his gaze was cold and hard. His heart was as hard as stone. Left Iron Judge Duo. Xiaolong choked. He failed to act cute, and he failed to act pitiful. What the fuck? For now, the time ratio with the outside world can only be maintained at a ratio of 3-to-1. If you want to go further. At this point, Xiaolong's eyes began to turn. Zhuoxiao shouted at the right time, Be honest. Be lenient if you confess. Be strict if you resist. This shout was filled with righteousness and awe-inspiring. Xiaolong was shocked. Yes. Yes. Where were we again? How can it be sustainable? The two sly guys, one big and one small, were scheming against each other. However, Big Rascal clearly had the upper hand. Xiaolong continued to explain humbly. You need to continuously inject a large amount of Astral Soul's jade powder. After all, that thing is essentially the most original spiritual energy particles in the world. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is to inject more dragon vein earth energy. Xiaolong covered his face with his two claws. But there are only a few dragon veins in total, especially those complete dragon veins. They all have dragon souls and dragon spirits residing in them. They can't be touched at all. Zhuoxiao frowned. Can't move? I really can't. Even if I did, it would be useless. Xiaolong made a solemn vow. This was a critical moment, and he had to not give in at all. In his heart, he added, It's not that I can't touch them. It's just that once they come in, they will definitely snatch the benefits from me. How can I do such a stupid thing? If they could also breed a dragon spirit, wouldn't it be a struggle between the two dragons? Then, you'll have to give me half of it. How could that be? The benefits here can only be enjoyed by me alone. But I can't let Zhuo know about this. Cough, cough. I'll do it like that. Zhuoxiao snorted. He tried his best to suppress the joy in his heart, and said coldly, Continue. Ha! Xiaolong was dumbfounded. I've already lost. Why should I continue? How to improve the ability to control time. Xiaoduo frowned and scolded. Don't pretend to be confused. I know you know. Xiaolong coughed. Well, I would have continued even if you didn't tell me. Continue. If you want to maintain or even make this space have a greater ability to control time, you'll need to move more dragon veins over. Fenghai is really a good place. There are many earth dragon veins that are still rising in the sky. It can be used, Xiao Long murmured. One dragon vein is enough to stabilize this space and make the time ratio with the outside world reach 3:1. If there are 2 dragon veins, it can reach a ratio of 15:1. That is, 1 day in the outside world is half a month in here. Because you don't need to make up for the lack of space, you can naturally increase the ratio. Zhuo Xiaoduo's fingers were trembling, his thighs were cramping, and his balls were spasming. But he forced himself to control it and said coldly, "That's it?" Xiaolong said, "Of course, the more dragon veins, the better. But if you inject 3 dragon veins, considering the quality of this space, it's not enough to support 3 dragon veins. You'll need to use the power of the 3rd dragon vein to expand the space and achieve the goal of transformation. In this way, the time ratio won't increase at all, but it can support more dragon veins. With 4 dragon veins, the time ratio will increase to 31. That is, 1 day is equivalent to 1 month. 1 day is equivalent to 1 month." Zhuo Xiaoduo scratched his thigh hard. "Control. Calm down. Continue," Zhuo Xiaoduo said coldly. 5 dragon veins can achieve the effect of 60 days. The 6th dragon vein needs to expand the space and consolidate the essence. The 7th dragon vein. After deducing the same, about 10 dragon veins can transform this space to a certain level. The time ratio can be upgraded to 1 day in the outside world and 100 days in the inside world. That's about it. 100 times the ratio should be the limit. Xiao Long explained in detail. He could tell that Zhuo was in a bad mood now. Look at his cold face. It's as cold as winter. It really made the dragon feel uneasy that if he still hid anything, he was afraid that Zhuo would ruthlessly deal with him, or even expel him forever. This was a price that Xiao Long could not bear. If he could never eat Zhuo's deity. Xiao Long shivered. He felt that life was meaningless and tasteless. 10 dragon veins. 1 day outside is equivalent to 100 days in the inside world. Zhuo Xiaoduo could not control his emotions in an instant and blurted out. He could no longer maintain his cold image. His eyes lit up like light bulbs. Long, long. The gentleness in his tone was something that had never been seen before. "Boss." Xiao Long could not help but feel flattered. The difference between before and after was too great. He did not know how to react. "I'll leave this matter to you. Don't let down my expectations and expectations of you." Zhuo Xiaoduo said. "Boss, don't worry. I'll do my best until I die." Xiao Long's face was drooling. "Then deity. Deity is plenty." Zhuo Xiaoduo casually grabbed more than 100 dragon veins and poured them in 2 big handfuls in his hands. They shone brightly. Xiao Long's eyes immediately widened. He moaned, "Boss, oh. Zhuo Xiaoduo flipped his hand and put away deity. He said straightforwardly, "Is it a lot? Is it enough?" Xiao Long. Against his conscience, he said while drooling, "Yes. Yes." In his heart, he thought, "Satisfied my ass." He only took a look at Zhuo Xiaoduo laughed. "Following me is the best choice in your life. You'll live a good life." Xiao Long nodded repeatedly. "However, you still need to expand your business." Long. Zhuo Xiaoduo showed a kind smile on his face. "Boss, please tell me. Work harder. Let's strive to gather 1,000 dragon veins here. 10,000. Zhuo Xiaoduo waved his hand resolutely. He was in high spirits and full of vigor. Xiao Long sat on the ground with a dazed expression. 1,000 dragon veins? 10,000 dragon veins? I want it, but where can I find so many dragon veins to plunder? Even if I count all the dragon veins in the entire astral souls, there aren't that many. Zhuo Xiaoduo said patiently. Long, don't pretend. We're all the same. How can I not know you? Don't be fooled by what you said just now. There must be something you're not telling the truth about. Definitely, 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 right? As with Xiaoduo's expression said, I'm that kind of person too. Who doesn't know who I am? He said disdainfully. If moving the dragon veins doesn't benefit you, would you have taken the initiative to move them here? Don't pretend. I'm talking about moving the dragon veins. It's good for you and me. Everyone will be happy. Isn't that good? Besides, there are so many DDD. Don't you want them? Xiao Long smiled embarrassedly. Zuo is indeed not easy to fool. He saw through me long ago. There are definitely benefits. Xiao Long admitted hesitantly. Then he looked at the heart of the scorching sun. But it'll only be better if there are benefits. I'm doing this for your own good and for everyone's good. Cough, cough. Zhuo Xiaoduo narrowed his eyes. There were indeed benefits. There was indeed a selfish motive. This kid was indeed dishonest. There was no evil businessman and no dragon was honest. Also, there really aren't many dragon veins on the continent right now. Especially the ones that I'm transporting, which are already empty and lacking in dragon veins. There's nothing worth mentioning. Xiao Long was at a loss. He had just been born and had not been out much. He did not know how big the world was and could only make judgments based on his instincts. To be more specific, he was inexperienced and lacked a foundation. Although he said that there were not many dragon veins on the mainland, Xiao Long really did not have much confidence in this. He did not know. He did not understand. Allah did not know. There are not many dragon veins, and there are not many ownerless earth veins. I understand this point. But Zhuo Xiaoduo knew a lot more. Suddenly, he felt a sense of superiority in terms of intelligence. For example, here in Fenghai, where the ancient capital of the 8 dynasties was located, doesn't it have 8 dragon veins? And they're all the dragon veins that you mentioned. Isn't that right? Many of the dragon veins in the wilderness are definitely ownerless. In other words, they can be moved at will. Right? There are also other ancient capitals, like Fenghai, which used to be an ancient capital. There are 13 dynasties, and there are also more than 20 dynasties. Don't tell me they are also ownerless and abandoned dragon veins? Not to mention the current capital of Shangjing, which is known as the Gathering of Dragon Veins. There's no need to count. There are at least 100 or 200 of them, right? Zhuo Xiaoduo guided him patiently and said, just these alone are enough for us to use for a while. Xiao Long thought for a while and said, you can't count it like that, boss. No matter how you do it, you can't extract all the dragon veins in such a big place. Even if it's an abandoned dragon vein, if you really extract all the remaining energy, it will definitely cause the space to collapse. That's monstrous karma and immeasurable calamity. Zhuo Xiaoduo frowned. Oh, what do you mean? Something's actually had karma? Calamity. Chapter 545. The reason is very simple. The dragon veins are related to the fate of heaven and earth. If you take away the entire dragon vein, there won't be any talents or geniuses among the humans born on this land. This is definitely not a good thing for the fate of heaven and earth. How can the heavenly axiom not record this down? Xiao Long said, no matter what, we still have to keep some of it. At least, we have to be able to maintain the normal operation of the heavenly axiom's fate. Only by leaving some leeway can we have room to maneuver. Zhuo Xiaoduo nodded in his heart. This was completely understandable. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about it and said, how many dragon veins do we need to maintain around Fenghai City? At the very least, there will be 2. Abandoned dragon veins in a damaged state. The remaining dragon chi is actually in a continuous state of dissipation. Otherwise, it would be difficult to affect the providence of the heavenly Tao and create a harmony between the heavens and the earth. Through this, a genius will be born to carry the providence. The little dragon calculated carefully. There are 8 defective dragon veins in Fenghai City. Even if we keep 3, won't there be 5 left? Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. There's no problem with this calculation, right? There's no problem. Didn't you only move one of these 5 dragon veins in? Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. Yes. Then there are 4 more? Yes. Then what are we waiting for? Whoa. Zhuo Xiaoduo howled. He was extremely excited. We need time. Xiao Long was about to cry. I don't have that much ability now. I have to take away 1/3 of it for a period of time. However, Xiao's thoughts were no longer here. It had continued to spread to infinity. You only said that there aren't many dragon veins in the entire Astral Souls continent. In this world, dragon veins are not only in the Astral Souls continent. What about the Alliance continent? What about the Dao League continent? Xiao's eyes lit up. On our side, we still need to consider how to maintain the status quo. However, we don't need to think so much about the Alliance and the Dao League. Xiao Long said thoughtfully, "That's true. It's settled then. As long as you can do it, I can give you everything I have." Xiaoduo bewitchingly said, "In the future, I will take you to travel thousands of mountains and rivers. I will take you to see the world's scenery. I will take you to see—" "Boss, I don't want to watch." Xiao Long said weakly, "I just want to hug this thing right now." After saying that, it stretched out a claw and pointed at the heart of the sun. "This won't do. There's no room for negotiation." Master Zhua, who had just solemnly promised that he would give it to Lin Fan as long as he had it, instantly denied it. "Xiao Long, I still need this for my training." Xiaoduo said, "Change it. It won't affect your training. All of its energy is useless to me. All I want is the chi of exquisite spirit on this stone. In other words, I want the power of fortune that the star carries with it." Xiaolong said anxiously, "Huh? The power of fate? There's such a thing on this thing?" Xiaoduo opened his eyes wide. This kind of heavenly treasure has a special origin. It's basically a fragment of a world, and it contains an extremely large amount of fire element energy crystal. It can't be obtained without the favor of the heavens and earth. Based on the energy of this fire element crystal, it can only be formed on such a scale if it's extremely rich in fate energy. Therefore, the power of fate on this stone is very strong. Xiao Long begged, "Boss." Xiaoduo touched his chin thoughtfully. "So, what he wants is no effect on me?" "No effect." "Well, no effect." "Well," Xiao's face was very serious. He said, "Even if you say it with certainty, it will definitely have an effect. However, we're brothers, the best brothers. It's not impossible to pay this price." Xiao Long looked at him in surprise. "But I'm willing to pay such a price, but you're not good enough. Not only did you not tell me the truth about the earth chi of the dragon vein, but you also secretly did this. How can I believe your sincerity? As brothers, I can't always do what I do, and you reap what I don't do, right?" Xiaoduo frowned and said, "You said that you just chatted in the dream and moved the earth vein. What else did you do? Why would I want a brother like you? As brothers, I've shown enough sincerity. But what about your sincerity?" Xiaolong's face was full of shame. "That's right. I'm really useless to boss. How about this?" Xiaoduo made a painful decision as if he had made a huge sacrifice. "You can stay in this space from now on. This way, I can find you anytime. Besides, you can't bear to part with the heart of the sun." Xiaoduo suddenly asked, "You said that you need the luck on the outer layer of the heart of the sun. What will happen if you suck it dry? Will the heart of the sun explode? Let me tell you, if the heart of the sun explodes suddenly, this space will probably explode. Or rather, if I absorb it, how long will it take for me to do it? This piece of heart of the sun?" Xiao Long, who was eagerly anticipating, was stunned. He said, Not really, not really. If you want to suck it dry." He looked at Xiaoduo and said, "With boss's current speed of absorption, it'll take at least a year. Then it's fine." Xiaoduo said generously, "Then you can absorb the power of providence that you need in the future." "Thank you, boss. Boss, you're the best. Boss, I love you." Xiao Long immediately danced with joy, grateful to the point of tears. "But in exchange, you have to help me deal with some things. For example, find some ores, find some medicine. These are all things that you can do. If you can't even give me this sincerity, then I'll really have to doubt your sincerity." Xiaoduo said, "We can communicate anytime and anywhere and cooperate, especially those treasures that others can't find underground. If you find them, I'll deal with them. As long as you show me your goodwill, not only will you get this luck, but you can also get DD." He had a sympathetic look on his face. "You should think of it this way. Only when I'm well will I have more DD for you. Think about it and see if this makes sense." Xiaolong nodded repeatedly and cheered with joy. He kept circling in the air, flying up and down. "Long live boss! Long live boss! Boss, you're wise, benevolent, righteous, and wise. You benefit the world and benefit the people. Boss, you're my light. You're my God. You're my—" Zhuo looked at him eagerly. "Then it's a deal?" "Yes, yes, yes." Xiaolong agreed without hesitation. "It's a deal. Thank you, boss." "All right, then you can continue to hug it." Zhuo urged, "Don't forget to do serious things. When you're free, go out and move the dragon vein in. This is a benefit for both of us. If I'm good, you're good too." "Yes, yes." Xiaolong nodded his head vigorously in agreement. His two huge eyes sparkled brightly. He continued to circle the heart of the sun with a blissful expression. "Boss is so nice. Not only did he allow me to stay in this space, but he also allowed me to hug this treasure and promised to give me DD in the future. These days are so beautiful, especially when boss doesn't know that after moving the dragon vein, I can use it to enrich myself. The boss is so magnanimous. Really, if I'm good, he's good too. I've let boss down in the past. I always thought that boss was selfish and stingy. I was wrong. He's so generous. I won't doubt boss anymore in the future, that I've only contributed a little, but I've received so much. Boss, you're so nice. You're the benefactor of my dragon life. Just looking for herbs and minerals, that how easy it is." Xiaolong's eyes lit up. "Those herbs, minerals, those things, they're all hidden underground. They're not mine. Throughout the whole process, I just have to move my mouth and point out the location. It's such an easy job at Sai. Why can't I move anything? I can't move anything. I can only let boss work alone. I shouldn't have done that. Isn't it all because I'm alone and have nothing to do?" The more Xiaolong thought about it, the more ashamed he felt. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had met a good boss. "I'll be loyal. I'll listen to boss. I'll work hard and live up to boss's trust. Boss, I love you." That's when Xiaoduo left the Tower of Annihilation with a sullen face. The next moment, as soon as he left the Tower of Annihilation, he was so happy that he did a somersault on his bed. He was so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. Xiaolong was so naive. He was so easy to coax. Why didn't I realize this before? I've missed out on so many benefits. From now on, I'm going to be a maniac who steals luck. I'm going to plunder from the Astral Souls continent all the way to the Umno Alliance continent, all the way to the Tao League continent. What about those unknown continents? Why aren't you back yet? Hurry up and come back. Damn it, if you don't come back, you're delaying my plan to plunder the dragon veins. You deserve to die. Whichever continent I return from the latest, I will scour that continent the cleanest and most thoroughly. From now on, please call me Xiaoduo, the great god of fate. After resting for a while, he set his phone back to normal time. He brought the map. He also brought a few books on the art of war, command, and so on. Xiaoduo prepared to study them while he was resting. At the very least, he had to have the ability to escape with all his brothers when he encountered a situation like the trial. The previous trial was really terrible. Looking at the time, it was already 4:30 p.m. Xiaoduo checked his equipment, slowly pushed the door open, and came to the grass of the villa. Let's leave the city like this. Mission. I'm coming. As soon as he opened the door, he saw two people standing at the door. The night was dark, and both of them looked like they had been through a lot. Who else could it be but Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian? Both of their faces were filled with worry. It seemed that they had been waiting for a while. Xiaoduo felt a sudden warmth in his heart. Chapter 546. When Xingtian said seriously, "How's your preparation going?" "Everything is ready. Tell me about it." Xiaoduo reported all the things that he had prepared. He had indeed taken into account all the possible accidents that might happen. It could be said that he had everything that one could think of, and there were all kinds of things. "Take these with you." Yi Changqing took things out from the ring. "This is food. This is water. I prepared 2,000 pounds of food for you and 5,000 pounds of water for you. This is the life-dissolving liquid for healing. This is the spirit accumulating pill for recovering spiritual power. One pill is enough to recover all of your spiritual power. This is the 100 recovery pill. Cultivators at or below the nascent soul stage can take one pill to recover all of their true essence immediately when their true essence is exhausted. Living in the wild may not have enough time to recover. There are 10 pills in this bottle. Don't abuse them, but don't be too stingy either. This is the life-dissolving water. It's a healing medicine for bones. Drink 2 bottles at a time, and you'll recover quickly. Here are 50 bottles. This is the 100 poison pill. 100 pills. With these pills, even if you drink the corpse-dissolving water, you can still return to the hidden Dragon High martial arts school alive. This is the spirit-leading pill. 10 pills. Yi Changqing reminded him earnestly, "You also know that when you go out to train, there will definitely be someone protecting you. However, life is unpredictable, and the teacher protecting you won't be too close to you, in case you can't train well enough. Sometimes, it's also very likely that they will be out of sight and not be able to find you. So, when you encounter danger, immediately break the spirit-leading pill. The teacher closest to you will immediately lock onto your position and rescue you." Yi Changqing was really worried about Zhuo Xiaoduo going out. He took out almost a truck of things from the ring. "Is the space ring enough? Can it fit?" Yi Changqing said, "If it's not enough, you can use mine. I'll immediately remove the divine thought binding." When Xingtian stood aside and looked up at the sky, "Boss Yi, you've evolved into a healer now. Can you be more reserved? Where's your face? What a womanizer. You might as well tie yourself to Zhuo Xiaoduo's belt." "That's enough." Zhuo Xiaoduo felt even more grateful. The feeling that Yi Changqing gave him at this moment was similar to the feeling of a mother when he left home. This made Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart feel warm. And this, Yi Changqing finally took out a small black bottle. When Xingtian's expression changed, "Boss, even this. You're really..." Yi Changqing's expression was solemn. "Bring this along as well. But you have to know that this pill has a great taboo. Unless even your teacher who is guarding you is not a match for the other party, and you have no other means to escape, you can only use this pill at the last moment when you are sure to die. This is 100-fold pill." Yi Changqing stroked the black bottle with a look of reminiscence on his face. After stroking it for a while, he finally handed it over resolutely. "Take it with you just in case." Zhuo Xiaoduo took it in a daze, but he didn't know what it was for. When Xingtian sighed and said, "This 100-fold pill has a great effect. Once you take it, even if your life is in danger or your spiritual source is exhausted, you can instantly recover and your condition will be greatly improved. However, the recovery effect of this pill comes from your potential foundation. After that, it will completely burn the power of your divine sense and true inner force, turning them into a powerful force that can at least exert 100 times your usual speed. It's enough to instantly get away from dangerous areas. However, the effect of this pill can only last for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, no matter where you are, you will be exhausted and unconscious, and the coma will last for no less than 3 years. In addition, the power of your divine sense that has been burned will never recover. So, you must use it carefully. This is the last life-saving measure. It really only has the ability to save your life. You must remember it. Understood?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's heart thumped wildly. In this world, there was actually such a good thing that could instantly increase one's speed by 100 times. What kind of concept was it to suddenly increase one's speed by 100 times with one's own? Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't even dare to think about it. However, this thing used the potential foundation as the foundation, burned the power of divine sense and true inner force as the source, and consumed all the foundation of the user within 10 minutes. It was understandable that it could have such an amazing effect. It really only had the ability to save one's life. Everything else was completely consumed and couldn't be saved at all. Therefore, it was better to just think about it and never use it. Alright, there's also these. Yi Changqing seemed to have thought of something and stuffed some things into the ring. "Bring some firearms." "Huh, Zhuo was a little confused. Cough. It definitely can't hurt people, but in case of emergency, it can be used as fireworks to create some movement so that the rescuers can locate your position. I mean, in case you're in a bad situation where you can't move, Yi Changqing rambled on. Zhuo listened attentively. What he said made sense that Yi Changqing reminded himself for a long time. Finally, after racking his brains for a long time, he stopped and looked at Wen Xingtian. Do you have anything else to tell me? Wen Xingtian rolled his eyes in annoyance. You've said everything that can be said. What else can I say? To be honest, boss, even an old woman wouldn't be as long-winded as you. After that, he patted Zhuo on the shoulder and said, do a good job. Complete all the tasks, especially the sun-setting flower, the specter's vine, and the soul-tempering vermilion fruit. These are the key to Vice Principal Lu's recovery. Yi Changqing's expression changed, and he scolded, Wen Xingtian, shut the fuck up. Then he turned to Zhuo. It's too dangerous. Don't look for it. Zhuo looked confused. Why? These things are usually guarded by powerful star beasts, and they're extremely difficult to find. They're hidden very deep underground. If you're bitten by a star beast, those star beasts are highly poisonous. Yi Changqing explained the poison of star beasts again. Wen Xingtian started to doze off as he listened. Zhuo nodded repeatedly. His eyes were shining as he listened attentively. This was all knowledge. If you don't listen to your elders, you'll suffer. Zhuo, I'm not someone who doesn't know what's good for me. Finally, that Yi Changqing finished his instructions. He frowned and racked his brains. What else did he not say? This baby. He really didn't want him to go out? Should he change his mind and bring him back now? It's too risky to seeing this when Xingtian hurriedly laughed. Let's go, Zhuo. From today onwards, you're free to do whatever you want for the next month. Go and show your talent. When Yi Changqing heard this, he hurriedly reminded him, only 1 month. You have to go back to school after 1 month. Do you hear me? If you don't come back in a month, When Xingtian rolled his eyes, he turned around and disappeared with a leap. Obviously, he couldn't stand Yi Changqing's nagging anymore. He was like an old woman. So annoying. Was there an end to this? After Wen Xingtian left for a few minutes, Yi Changqing actually kept reminding Zhuo for a few more minutes before letting him go. Seeing Zhuo's figure disappear into the dawn, Yi Changqing still looked worried. He couldn't wait to chase after him. Grandma sure walked out of the villa with her golden sword on her back. She said disdainfully, Yi Changqing, I've never seen you have such a naggy side to you. If I were Wen Xingtian, I would have already taken action. Your mouth really needs to be sewn shut. When Yi Changqing saw Yu Jiaren, his eyes immediately lit up. Sister-in-law, you want to follow? Of course. Yi Changqing pulled Grandma Sure and said, that's great. Come, I'll tell you what to pay attention to. Zhuo is young, and I'm afraid he won't take some things to heart. You're experienced, you know. Grandma Sure's expression changed. With a whoosh, she flew up as fast as lightning. Her whole person immediately disappeared. I don't dare to listen anymore. I've already listened for a while. Do you really want to force me to use force? This Yi Changqing is crazy. Do you think this is a hidden dragon high school martial arts competition? Do you think you can talk endlessly on the stage? And he had to force everyone to listen to him. That's when Zhuo quickly walked through the city and came to the slums. He casually threw out a string of coins, and so on. Then, more than 100 beggars left the city from the 4 gates. Zhuo himself quietly came to a shop. Who knows what he's doing? That after a while, a fragrant pink car started up. A tall modern girl sat in the driver's seat, driving the car calmly. Her long skirt fluttered, and her perfume curled up. Her figure was slim, and her face was delicate, especially her bulging chest. It was as if she was carrying 2 big pumpkins. Together with her similarly bulging August 15th dress, she was curvy in the front and back. Only her waist was exceptionally slender. She had a devil's figure and an angel's face. Her eyes were like stars. Her lips were vermilion, and her eyebrows were black without drawing. Her skin was like cream, and her hair was like clouds, fluttering all the way. Wherever she passed, the ground was filled with the fragrance of orchids and musk. As the saying goes, heavenly beauty makes people sigh. Who is the beauty of the flowers and the moon? When she meets a pervert, she will be coquettish and take off her pants. Just like that, such a beautiful woman gracefully drove her small car out of the city. In a shop in the slums, Fong Yinhuo looked at the pink car and sighed. Then, she quickly checked her luggage a few more times. Only then did he change his shape, appearance, temperament, skin color, hairstyle, hair color, and leave the city. I hope nothing bad happens, Fong Yinhuo prayed in her heart. Smoke and dust billowed. The pink car drove coquettishly all the way to the edge of the reserve. The beautiful girl directly left the car. She got out of the car. She was like a willow tree swaying in the wind and a lotus flower swaying in the water. Stepping on the spring breeze, she was full of charm. She gently stroked her hair and asked the martial artist on duty shyly and softly, "Handsome big brother, how far are we from the spruce forest?" Begging for a monthly subscription. There will be more updates in the afternoon. Chapter 547. When the martial artist saw a beautiful woman talking to him in a soft voice, his bones melted for a moment. He finally realized that the person in front of him was also a cultivator with good strength, but he still said lecherously, "This beautiful woman, the spruce forest is quite far, and you're going the wrong way. You should have started from the east gate. From here, you'll have to take a long detour." As he spoke, he pointed in a direction and said, "It's over there." The beautiful woman gently brushed her hair, bringing with her a fragrant wind that made people daydream. She smiled sweetly, revealing a dimple, and said flirtatiously, "Is that so? AI, but since I've already taken the wrong path, I'll just make the best of it. Either way, I'll still be able to get there if I take a detour. And I can also pick some sungrass along the way. There are gains and losses, so it's not a wasted trip." Then, beautiful woman, be careful. Thank you for telling me, big brother. When I come back, I'll definitely treat big brother to wine. The beautiful woman gave him a flirtatious look and took out her pass. The martial artist went up to look at the beautiful woman's name with an intoxicated expression. Kong Piao Yun. The beautiful woman had already left for a long time, but the martial artist was still sighing. Good name, good name. It's really poetic. This chest, this waist, this face, this skin, these long legs, this hair. This twisting, tisk tsk. AI. The last sigh was obviously lamenting that he didn't have a chance. The so-called treat to wine, and so on. Everyone knew that it was just a polite sentence. If you took it seriously, you'd lose. That in the wilderness, the beautiful woman rushed out 400 miles like a wisp of smoke. At this moment, she was already in a rocky mountain. She hurriedly found a hole and went in. It seemed that she needed to pee, that after going in, the beautiful woman sighed faintly. "Fuck, twisting my butt makes my waist hurt. It's not easy to be a man, but it's even harder to be a woman. It's just that twisting my butt every day will strain my waist muscles." After saying this, he stretched out his hand and pulled out his beautiful hair, revealing a shiny bald head. She waved her hand again and again, and dense true inner force spread out, gathering all the fragrance that overflowed from her body. Then she buried it all together with her clothes until she was naked. Then she changed her clothes. She grabbed the 2 oversized steamed buns that she had stuffed in front of her chest and took a bite. "Fuck, it smells like perfume. I can't eat it. It's such a waste. You have to know that it's food on the plate. Sigh. I can only throw it away." Then he buried it underground as well. Zhuo Xiaoduo, who had put on a pair of specially made boots made of star bee skin, instantly regained his image as the handsome and elegant class monitor Zhuo. However, the most eye-catching part of him was still his shiny bald head. Zhuo Xiaoduo thought for a while and took out 17 or 18 wigs from the space ring. Finally, he chose a 370 hairpiece and carefully placed it on his scalp. He smoothed it with his hands and took out a small mirror to look at himself. "I'm not looking at his looks, I'm looking at his physiognomy. Oh my God, he's so handsome." However, his expression immediately turned gloomy. Dark clouds covered his face. "There's a big chest bra. Zhuo clicked his tongue. However, from the looks of it, there is no danger. Who knows? He might have turned the misfortune into a blessing. He might have gotten something from falling off the cliff, suppressing his embryonic breath for 300 times and leveling up his gene essence for 300 times is not the end. He took out his cell phone and turned it on. Instantly, a series of notifications came in. From top to bottom, they were Gao Xiao, be careful. Wu Qing, be careful. Gao Jian, be careful. Mrs. Gao, don't go out. Wu Yi, be careful. Zhuo focused his gaze. So many people are reminding me. It seems that the news of me going out is so affecting. At the same time, he was feeling emotional and a little conflicted. Apart from Vice Principal Gao and Mrs. Gao, the others, I'd rather they didn't remind me. You're making me feel very uncomfortable. Speaking of which, this was the most difficult thing to deal with in the Jianghu. He had a grudge against this family, but was on friendly terms with someone in this family. Moreover, that person had helped him before, that this was very uncomfortable. He might as well make it clear that they were enemies. What should he do now? Zhuo was a little melancholy. He continued to read. Nian Nian cat. Doggy, what are you doing? Nian Nian cat. Doggy, doggy, doggy. Mother, doggy? Do you miss your mother? Father, I'll create a group later and try out the new function. If you're really busy, don't reply. Remember to mute your phone. Remember, when it's not absolutely safe, keep your cell phone in your space ring. Don't take it out. Father invites you to join the group chat. Confirm. Mother doggy. Xiao duo you. You're free to fly after going out, right? After calling me 4 or 5 times, there's no more news? Are you going to fly? Are you going to fly? Father, I called you 4 or 5 times. When? Mother, go away. Imperial father. Damn it. We've only talked on the phone once, and I was the one who called you? You're really something. Father will remember this. Obedient Xiao duo you. Add up mother. What? Where are you? Obedient Xiao duo you. Class is going to start soon. I'm on my way to the classroom. 27 meters, 31 centimeters, 10 millimeters to the classroom. Mother. Father. Mother. Go to class. Check the group chat when you're free. Obedient Xiao duo you. Okay, Mom. I miss you so much. Mwah, I want to kiss, hug, and raise you high. Father. Rolling eyes emoji. Before it could do anything else, there was a sizzling sound and smoke rose. The rainbow snake, which was known to never make a sound, let out a mournful cry. It quickly released its forked tongue, but it was already stuck to Zhuo's arm. Its entire forked tongue was covered with huge blisters. One of its forked tongue was swollen. It was even thicker than the snake's body. It was dragged outside and could not be retracted. The rainbow snake was scalded to the point of tears. What kind of monster was this? It had finally found a prey and wanted to take a bite out of it. In the end, the snake's head was almost completely cooked. Bubbles hung from the snake's head like a bell. Each bubble was slightly bigger than the snake's head, and on the snake's 3 feet long tongue, there were more than 40 such bubbles. At first glance, it looked like a bunch of grapes. That's where Xiaoduo swung his arm and threw the rainbow snake to the ground. Today, I'll be merciful and let you live. The snake ran away in panic. Its 4-foot-long body was dragging its 3-foot-long tongue. After running a few meters, one of the blisters burst. The snake's entire body convulsed and curled up for a while. It was in so much pain that it rolled on the ground. After running for a few more meters, another blister burst. After running for a few more meters, after running for a few dozen meters, it was lying on the ground with its belly turned over. It only convulsed for a while before it stopped moving completely. There was a rustling sound coming from the grass. However, all of the rainbow snakes were scrambling to escape. Chapter 548. The rainbow snakes panicked. This was a super pervert. When we devour humans, it's just hunger in our stomachs. If we fail to devour humans, even if we're cut in half, it's just karma. We accept it. But this guy actually pulled out all the snake's tongues, boiled them until they were half-cooked, and then set them free. That this was a torture that was worse than death. That a large number of rainbow snakes moved, immediately causing the eagles in the sky to cry. A large group of golden-crowned eagles shone under the sun as they swooped down again and again. That this was simply too blissful. Usually, these stinky snakes hid in the grass and were difficult to catch, but today, they all ran out. This was a delicacy from the heavens. We are just hungry from catching snakes, but now, we can eat to our heart's content. Isn't this great? Screech! A large eagle took the lead and flew into the sky with a large snake in its mouth. It cried out in the sky, opened its mouth, and the large snake fell. The golden-crowned eagle swooped down and caught it in its mouth again. The cry just now should have been for someone. Oh no, it should have been for an eagle. It felt good to have one eagle, but it was better to have all the eagles and eagles together. Come quickly, there are so many rainbow snakes here. They are easy to catch. Everyone come and enjoy the delicacies. Prepare more food. You can't miss this opportunity. That was probably what it meant. Therefore, in less than 100 breaths, many golden-crowned eagles flew over from all directions. Swoop down again. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Zwishaoduo's body was boiling hot as he quietly passed through the forest. Wherever he passed, a large number of rainbow snakes fled. Once they fled, the golden-crowned eagles swooped down. Swoop down again. That it was not because these eagles were cute, but because these rainbow snakes were simply too disgusting. Zwishaoduo did not want to grab a wet and slippery snake when he was looking for medicine later, even if he was not afraid. Even if the other party would take the initiative to avoid him, he would still feel disgusted when he recalled his poor sense of touch just now. As he searched carefully, he used his divine sense to sense. Every few days, a bit of providence points would fall from the sky and enter the space between his eyebrows. Zwishaoduo's luck points had already exceeded 100 points, reaching an unprecedented 156 points. However, his celestial physiognomy technique still showed no reaction. Zwishaoduo originally thought that he could level up after collecting 10 points. However, when he reached 10 points, there was no movement. Hence, he assumed that he needed 100 points to level up. However, he didn't expect that there would be no movement even after he had exceeded 100 points, and by quite a bit. What do you want me to do? Could it be that he needed 1,000 points to advance? However, when the number of fate points exceeded 100, they seemed to have met a certain condition. When more fate points fell, 70% of them fell into the space. The remaining 30% originally only belonged to the meridians, directly to the dantian, increasing cultivation and strengthening the toughness of the meridians and dantian. But now, the remaining 30% was split into two. Half of it still entered his meridians to nourish his body, meridians and dantian. As for the other half, it disappeared silently. Zwishaoduo was very suspicious of this. However, after checking many times, he found that these missing fate points had all entered the incomplete jade pendant in his body. That jade pendant was like an invincible deep pool. No matter how many fate points entered, there was no reaction at all. There was no ripple. Let's leave it to fate. Zwishaoduo stared at this incomplete jade pendant that could only be seen in his mind. Eat as much as you want. Anyway, I have enough for now. Let's see what you can give me in return when you're full. I don't need you for now. I hunted a rabbit on New Year's Eve. With or without you, I'll celebrate the new year. Zwishaoduo was undoubtedly very open-minded and open-minded. There was no harm in it. Eat it. I can't do anything about it. Besides, even if there was harm, I couldn't take it out when it was in my body. I could only let him eat it. What other thoughts could I have? He couldn't figure out resist or stop things at all. Zwishaoduo had always been open-minded. If I can't figure it out, I won't think about it. If I can't see it clearly, I won't look. If I can't resist it, I'll accept it. If I can't stop it, I'll go along with it. What's the harm? What's the harm? Besides, this jade pendant was the initiator of his cultivation from being unable to cultivate to being able to cultivate. It was already very good to him, even if there were any ulterior motives or harm. It didn't matter. Yes, it didn't matter. This patch of earth thorn grass looks particularly lush. Zwishaoduo looked in front of him. The crowns of several big trees were built like shacks, almost covering the sky. From time to time, meteorites fell and hit the tree trunks above. Several trees were linked together to withstand the impact and could directly bounce the falling meteorites away. Zhuoxiaoduo had only stopped for a moment, but he had already seen it several times. This tree has become a spirit. Long, long. Come out and work. Zhuoxiaoduo chose a shady place to sit down and ordered, "Look around this area and see if there are any good things hidden." He definitely couldn't say that he was only looking for the Huanyang grass here. This Xiaolong was very sly, even though he had persuaded him before, who knew what he was thinking in his heart. The human heart. Well, the dragon heart was separated from the stomach. If he said that he was only looking for the Huanyang grass, with this lazy dragon's personality, even if there were a large number of celestial fruits hidden below, it would only report that there was the Huanyang grass. Finally, the mission came. Xiaolong went in excitedly. As a luck dragon with form, but without substance, it was very familiar with this kind of work. It was not difficult at all. He looked at the time. It was already 8:30 in the morning. However, Zhuoxiaoduo didn't care at all. He leisurely leaned against the tree, closed his eyes, and closed his eyes to rest. Along the way, even if he had disguised himself as a woman, for those cultivators who were good at identifying with divine sense, what he had done was just to cover his ears and steal a bell. There were many who had already determined his whereabouts and secretly coveted him. However, it was still daytime now, and he was so close to Fenghai City. They wouldn't make a move. So, at least for now, he was completely safe. If I were the Gao family, if I wanted to kill this student who ran out on his own, what would I do? Regarding this hypothetical question, Zhuoxiaoduo and Li Qinglong had studied more than 30 possible answers. However, there was no possibility that they would choose to do so at such a time and place. Zhuoxiaoduo was very confident in his and Li Qinglong's analysis and judgment. Not long after, Xiaolong emerged from the ground. It strictly followed Zhuoxiaoduo's instructions and carefully searched the underground area of the forest. Just as Zhuoxiaoduo expected. It really didn't go beyond an inch, but it didn't miss an inch. Yes, Xiaolong was just that obedient. He carried out his orders precisely, following the rules and being meticulous. Yes, boss. Xiaolong and Zhuoxiaoduo's communication could be said to be comprehensive. When Zhuoxiaoduo was awake, they could talk directly. When Zhuoxiaoduo fell asleep, he went into Zhuoxiaoduo's dream to talk. For it, these were not problems at all. Zhuoxiaoduo's eyelids drooped. There are a few things down there, but they are all ordinary goods. Xiaolong was very disdainful. He said, "There are 2 knotweed cucumbers and 2 other things that you found. They are called Huanyang grass, but they are scattered and very deep underground." Knotweed cucumbers? Zhuoxiaoduo was stunned. How old are they? Knotweed cucumbers were very common. They could be seen everywhere in the astral souls. Some were big and some were small. They were not very useful. They are only a few hundred years old. They are not valuable. Zhuoxiaoduo rolled his eyes. What do you know? As long as it is Huanyang grass, it can complete the mission. Even if it is only a few decades old, it can still complete the mission. It is already 1,000 years old, and you still think it is not good enough? As for the knotweed cucumbers, let's give up. Tell me the location of the Huanyang grass. How deep is it? Zhuoxiaoduo asked. Xiaolong stretched his body to 10 feet and said, "About 6 times as deep as me." "Fuck," Zhuoxiaoduo said angrily. "Then it is 180 meters deep?" Xiaolong nodded and pointed to a specific location. Then it disappeared. It could not be used for hard work. It was really weak. We still have to do hard work. I didn't expect it to come so soon. Zhuoxiaoduo sighed and took out the Heavenly Witchcraft Copper Shovel, Heavenly Witchcraft Copper Crowbar, and Heavenly Witchcraft Copper Pickaxe. Although he complained, he already knew what was going on. Why were these spirit herbs so precious and hard to find? It was none other than these spirit herbs that grew underground. As long as they were at least 30 years old, they were almost as valuable as those that grew on the surface of the earth and were at least 2,000 years old. Why did this kind of herb need to be given a mission? It had been a long time since anyone had completed it. It was because this kind of spiritual herb grew directly underground. It was impossible to find the traces on the surface. Even ginseng or something like that needed photosynthesis. It could only grow by absorbing energy from the surface through its leaves and vines. Although it was not easy to find, there were still traces to follow. However, this kind of heavenly treasure that only needed the chi of the earth to grow was really impossible to find from the surface. For this kind of heavenly treasure that was hidden under the surface all year round, even if a high-level cultivator could use their spiritual power to go deep into the ground, it would be difficult to find it. This was because these spiritual herbs did not have spiritual power. When one used their spiritual power to search, the feedback was no different from ordinary tree roots. 99% of excavations based on this basis were disappointed and their hopes were dashed. However, it was because of this that these spiritual herbs were so precious and rare. Chapter 549. He had Xiaolong's help and had already locked onto the location, but he still had to work hard for several hours before he could find anything. As for the others, even if they were geniuses like Li Qinglong who had already analyzed and deduced the approximate location, they would still need to dig through more than half of the forest to have a chance of finding the target. If they were unlucky, even if they only left 1 square meter of the forest, the herb might be hidden in that square meter. Not to mention, who would dig 180 meters into the ground for something that they had no confidence in. As for the Huanyang grass, it could only be considered as a cheap item among the underground herbs. Zhuo Xiaoduo took out the heavenly witchcraft copper shovel. It was as big as its name suggested. It was 2 square meters in size, and only the front part was sharp. Since the goal was set, it was time to put it into action. Zhuo Xiaoduo stabbed the shovel into the ground, and with a shake of his spiritual power, he dug out more than 7 or 8 cubic meters of soil and stones. A big hole appeared in the ground as the shovel passed through. Zhuo Xiaoduo dug a big hole in the ground, no less than 5 or 6 square meters. Then, like a hard-working whack-a-mole, he dug deeper that after a full hour, Master Zhuo had dug a hole 100 meters deep. After becoming a warrior and an expert, digging holes was also awesome, and at this position, he could directly hit the soil on the wall of the cave. Zhuo Xiaoduo had an idea and filled the hole with soil outside. In an instant, the hole was completely filled. Only then did he feel relieved. Well, at least he didn't have to worry about being blocked. As for me, I can go out from wherever I want when I find the herb. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to work hard and dug deeper. Xiao Long circled behind him and occasionally dived down to check how far it was that suddenly there was a crisp sound and sparks flew everywhere. In the completely enclosed space of the tunnel, there was a flash of light. What is this? Such a hard rock. Zhuo Xiaoduo originally thought that he had found something good. After all, it was buried so deep underground. He carefully expanded the area and dug it out, only to find that his target was a huge jade of astral souls that was 3 to 4 square meters in size and more than 1 meter thick. But it's actually a low-grade one. Fuck, Zhuo Xiaoduo cursed. After spending so much effort to dig out a piece of low-tier jade of astral souls, it turned out to be a piece of trash that would turn into powder with a single breath. How infuriating. The return on consumption was not balanced at all. Damn it. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo still kept it. No matter how small a grasshopper was, it was still meat and could be sold for money. Even though the quality of this thing was trash, it was still big enough. If it was thrown out for cultivation, it could be used to carve a huge ornament with the cat spirit sword. It would be a good idea. There was a certain market potential for it. Zhuo Xiaoduo persevered and continued to dig. After another 2 hours, Zhuo Whack-a-Mole finally dug to a depth of more than 170 meters and began to expand the search area. He slapped the ground again and again, squeezing the soil. The underground space expanded rapidly and gradually turned into an underground secret room that was dozens of square meters in size. This was another advantage of determining the target's location. Normal searchers wouldn't dare to do this. If Zhuo Xiaoduo did this, once he couldn't find the target, it would become a waste of time and effort. Only by determining the target's location would he be able to do it with purpose and meaning. Once the secret room was completed, Zhuo Xiaoduo began to dig from the edge with the shovel. He then burned the soil that he dug out with the Flaming Sun Sutra. Finally, we're here, Xiao Long shouted excitedly. Hearing this, Zhuo did not dare to use the shovel directly. Instead, he used his hands to carefully dig out the soil. In the loose soil, there were long, grayish-white leaves that looked like leeks. Even though the leaves were grayish-white and did not look very eye-catching at first glance, if one looked carefully, one could see that the leaves contained a kind of faint crystal and warmth. It was as if there was a light flowing slowly inside the leaves. Zhuo continued to dig out the soil with his hands. There were a total of 15 leaves. These leaves were all connected to a small, grayish-white ball-shaped plant. Not bad. It's really the Huanyang grass. Zhuo's eyes lit up. The target of the mission was not a whole stalk of Huanyang grass, but a single leaf. In other words, when one turned in the mission at the Hidden Dragon High School, one leaf could be counted as one stalk of Huanyang grass. The 15 leaves here were 15 stalks of Huanyang grass. As for the ball-shaped root, there was an additional price. This order alone was already rich. Where's the other one? Zhuo asked. Well, it's not far from here. At most, it's 3 or 4 meters away. I don't recommend using a shovel. It's easy to hurt the plant, Xiao Long said. Okay. Zhuo listened to the advice and continued to dig quickly. This time, he was even faster. In just a few minutes, another stalk of Huanyang grass with 15 leaves was in his hands. Since I've already dug it out, it's just a matter of time. Zhuo was in high spirits. Where's the knotweed squash you mentioned before? I dug it out while I was at it. Xiao Long pointed in the direction. Dig along this line. You'll find it in about 40 meters. Easy. Only 5 minutes later, 2 huge knotweed squashes were in his hands. One of them weighed about 50 to 60 pounds. 2 of them, connected by a vine, looked like 2 big gourds. It was not a big harvest, but not a small one. This kind of medicinal herb was not very useful for warriors, but for ordinary people, it was still a rare treasure. It was worth a lot. Taking it out so easily was a small profit. It was better than nothing. At this point, this action could be considered to have come to an end for the time being. Zhuo directly sat down in the underground secret room to rest. This operation did not consume much of his true core strength, but it consumed a lot of his physical strength. He had to rest for a while. Resting here was more convenient and more private than going out to find another place to rest. Are there any more nearby? Anyway, the hole is already dug. Since we've already dug 9 holes, we might as well add 1 more and sweep all of them. Zhuo was in high spirits. No more. There's really no more. Xiao Long shook his head like a rattledrum. The qi of the earth in this area is only enough to nourish these 4 things. Just like how human strength is limited, the qi of the earth also has its limits. Zhuo immediately looked disappointed. Then that's it. He took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was 11:00 in the afternoon. He asked Xiao Long to go up and scout for information. Was there anyone? Xiao Long had the body of luck. Ordinary people could not see him at all. After a while, Xiao Long came down. There's no movement. Zhuo still did not dare to be careless. He dug a tunnel from the other side. When he returned to the surface and saw the sun, he finally took a big breath. Comfortable, comfortable. Then he loosely backfilled the excavated soil. He barely made it so that the ground could not be seen. Then he stopped. After doing all this, Zhuo did not stop. He went all the way north in a straight line for more than 1,000 miles. During this distance, he dug another 3 big holes. Each hole was accurate. He dug out 3 stalks of Huanyang grass one after another. In Zhuo's spatial ring, there were now 5 complete stalks of Huanyang grass. There were 3 stalks with 15 leaves, 1 stalk with 12 leaves, and 1 stalk with 13 leaves. Huanyang grass. It was the most scarce herb in the Hidden Dragon High School. It was the main material used to make Holy Spirit water, Vitality water, Huanyang liquid, various healing pills, and the nutrient solution that filled the nutrition chamber. The Huanyang grass absorbed the vitality of the earth. It was very effective for healing. Huanyang grass that was less than 100 years old would only have 1 leaf. There were also differences in effectiveness. The shape of the leaf was similar to caterpillar fungus. After 100 years, it would grow one more leaf for every 100 years it grew. Huanyang grass could be consumed by ordinary people. However, a 50-year-old Huanyang grass was the limit of what ordinary people could bear. Generally, people who were not in good physical condition or were slightly weak would not be able to bear it. If they ate it, they would not be able to bear the nourishment and would bleed to death. However, for martial artists, a 50-year-old Huanyang grass was just the beginning. Most of the Huanyang grass used by the hidden dragon martial artists were around 100 to 200 years old. However, its effectiveness was already quite good. The 5 stalks that Zhuo had obtained were all rare items. If he brought them back to the school, the credits he could exchange for would be enough for him to use until he graduated. Of course, if he sold these Huanyang grass, he would earn more. However, this depended on Zhuo's choice. However, Zhuo obviously did not think about selling them. Based on Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's actions this morning, Zhuo would not sell them. Although he was stingy and greedy, he still had a bottom line that he guarded very clearly. However, Zhuo was still amazed by the rarity of the Huanyang grass. Not to mention other people. The only person in the world who could obtain it so easily was Zhuo. With the help of a fate dragon, he could search for it anywhere. If it was someone else, it would be impossible. In this aspect, even the strongest cultivator would not be able to do it. Even for Li Qinglong, out of the 5 stalks of yang returning grass, he would at most be able to obtain the first 2 stalks. And that was only if he was extremely lucky. Plus, he had to dig up the ground of the ironwood forest for tens of feet. If not for this, it would be impossible. When night fell, Zhuo was already 1,900 miles away. His trajectory had already deviated from the north. He leaned against a tree in a valley in the northwest direction and rested for a while. At this time, Zhuo did not dare to dig a hole to rest. If they were to be surrounded, it would be inconvenient for them at that time. Therefore, he had to leave some space for himself to escape or to fight. Night fell slowly. The wind whistled. I say, my brain is numb from writing. You may not believe it. Today's 7 chapters, please vote. Chapter 550. Taking out his phone, Zhuo opened the latest news. At first glance, he almost thought that he was blind. The phone was full of the latest news. Yi Changqing, come back quickly. Wen Xingtian, it's dangerous, come back. Xiang Chong, hurry up and come back. Li Qinglong, it's a big deal, come back quickly. Yi Changqing and Wen Xingtian's messages were sent several times. Did you see it? If you saw it, come back quickly. Are you back yet? Why don't you say something? What's going on? Where are you? Did at least 100 people send him messages asking him to go back? Zhuo's eyes widened. What's going on? I'll just come out. And I'm already 1,900 miles away from Fenghai City, and it's already midnight. That he hurriedly checked on his phone. What's the problem? Li Qinglong's message. Hades Palace website. Zhuo immediately clicked on it. When he saw it, he couldn't help but curse. Fuck your ancestors. What a big deal. I miscalculated. Oh my God. You think too highly of me. The stars flickered in the sky. A crescent moon hung in the sky. Countless meteors fell from the sky with fiery tails. Bright colors dyed the entire world in a brilliant and resplendent light. It was indescribably magnificent. If one ignored the rumbling and dust on the ground, it would be even more beautiful. The night wind blew in the air with the breath of the earth. Zhuo leaned against a tree. His whole body seemed to have merged with the night. He looked very carefree, but his heart was very melancholic that I want to go back to, but I've been running too happily and the distance is too far. It's impossible to go back now. They can kill me on the way. It's too obvious. Secondly, I can't afford to lose face that I said that I was out to complete the mission. But in the end, I had to go back dejectedly after a day. Sigh, what a mess. Zhuo thought about it and turned his head to look around. Where are the people protecting me? Where are you? So scary. in the midst of the silence, that a few silhouettes flew over from the distant sky like lightning did on the ground. A figure soared into the sky and blocked their path. He said indifferently, "Where are you all going? Stay." This person was Zhang Xiaofei, whom he had not seen for a long time. The people on the other side did not say anything and immediately attacked. Zhang Xiaofei unsheathed both his long sword and short saber. He fought all the way. With his strength alone, he forced the opponents to retreat in a sorry state. The battle circle gradually moved further away, in another direction. Before the group of people could reach their destination, they were intercepted by a person on the ground and started fighting. Somewhere in the darkness, there seemed to be a distortion in space. A few of them were secretly communicating with each other. "Should we move?" "No need. Wait a little longer." The reward this time is extraordinarily generous. The reward of the underground world is indeed tempting, but it's also because of this that we're not the only ones who are tempted. On the other hand, it's impossible for the target's related forces to be completely unprepared and unresponsive. Then we don't need to rush into action. There will definitely be someone who will act before us. Let's see which direction the wind is going. Big Brother is right. It is wise to plan before taking action. Well, the source of all these was a reward issued by the underground world 8 hours ago in the afternoon. Although this reward was anonymous, it was pinned at the top and had a special effect on the screen. It was because this reward was a super big mission. Such a mission that was pinned at the top rarely appeared. But when it appeared, it meant that a super mission had been issued. Once such a super mission was issued, it would be accompanied by mountains of corpses. But the reward for completing the mission was also very generous. And this time, the special effect on the screen was especially strong. The content was very moving. Mission reward: 1 heart of stars, 1 heaven-level cultivation technique, 10 soul recovery pills, 10 pieces of top-grade Astral Souls jade, 1 kilogram of Astral Souls cake, 3 grams of 100,000 years intermittent Ganoderma, 1 billion star yuan coins. Mission details: kills with Xiaoduo. Below that was Zhuo Xiaoduo's detailed information. His height, age, cultivation level, appearance, and even his bald head and hairless head were all included. There were also his abilities, such as hidden weapon techniques, swordsmanship. Even his physiognomy was above. At the end of the reward, there was an additional note. Zhuo Xiaoduo cultivated the Flaming Sun Sutra. It is suspected that he is related to the Nan Zhengxian and the Southern Chief. If you have concerns, don't get involved. The last note was undoubtedly shocking. At the same time, it raised the threshold for those who were willing to accept this reward by a lot. After all, those who dared to take the risk of provoking the Southern Chief were either people with extremely high cultivation or those who didn't care about anything. And in this world, there were many of these two types of people. Especially in the underground world of the King of Hell Palace, there were even more of them. The information related to Zhuo Xiaoduo finally pointed out that Zhuo Xiaoduo was now traveling alone and training in the mountains and forests around Fenghai. Anyone could accept this mission. The mission was completely open and there were no restrictions at all. Following the announcement of this mission, the entire underground world instantly went into an uproar. All the underworld mercenaries, assassins, lone wolves, without exception, all went crazy. Such a low cultivation, such a high reward. It was simply a gift from the heavens. There were also many experienced and prudent people who were doubtful. That's not right, right? How could a brat in the embryonic breathing realm be worth so much? This matter is very fishy. Could it be that his background is very big? It should not be suspected that he was related to Minister Nan, but definitely related. Maybe he was the Southern Chief's son or illegitimate son. But most of the people in the underground world were fugitives. Why would they care about this? What's there to be concerned about? Such a generous reward is enough to even kill the Crown Prince. How can we not accept it? That's right. Who cares who he is? He can actually read people's faces. Is this brat a quack? Who cares? Whether he is a quack or a liar. After this mission, won't he be a dead man? This reward is mine. I know, this brat is worth so much because of his relationship with the Southern Chief. But speaking of killing a small practitioner in the embryonic breathing realm, how much energy would it take? With so many people attacking together, even if the Southern Chief has great power, would he know who killed him? Even if it's the Southern Chief, he can't kill so many people who attacked him, right? Think about it, he my ass. Who doesn't know that you have already set off? Is it necessary to come here to set off a smoke bomb to prove your innocence? I'm not going either. I'm here to prove my innocence, ha. That's right, the Southern Chief is so scary. I don't dare to go and prove my innocence. The forum was in full swing. Everyone who said they would go and those who said they would not go were actually thinking the same thing. They were already on their way. In the underground world, personal safety was absolute. If the reward was handed over, Tong Lao would not lie. This was the consensus of the entire world. Without this guarantee, how could the reward mission appear so openly? Moreover, the underground world was not only opposite the Astral Souls continent, but also the Umno Alliance continent and the Dao League continent. These people would not care about Nanjingxian. Perhaps there were too many people in this continent who could not come over, but there were still many people in the Astral Souls continent who were ready to make a move and flocked over. In an underground cave that Xiaoduo had dug, Fang Yinua looked at the screen of his phone and broke out in cold sweat. My ancestor, what kind of trouble have you gotten yourself into? Fang Yinua's original intention of coming over was naturally to protect Xiaoduo. However, after he saw the reward, he immediately knew that Xiaoduo did not need his protection anymore. In fact, he would be protected by Xiaoduo instead. Under such circumstances, he did not dare to show his face at all. The mission was issued 8 hours ago. At this moment, there were tens of thousands of high-level martial artists gathered around Feng Hai. This was not a joke, it was reality. There were even more martial artists. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of them. They were all gathering here. After the mission was issued, there was no difference whether Xiaoduo was in the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy or training outside. There was no lack of desperados in this world. As the saying went, money can enslave ghosts, but also gods. This had always been the truth of the ancient times. Money was the most tempting thing, especially the greed of desperados. The Heart of Stars. This name might be unfamiliar to low-level martial artists. However, the Heart of Scorching Sun that Xiaoduo had obtained previously was just a type of Heart of Stars with attributes. This showed how valuable it was. A heaven-level martial art was a super martial art that could be practiced to the level of a senior magus. Moreover, its value was beyond cliché. It was a priceless treasure in the truest sense of the word. 10 soul recovery pills. No matter how serious the injuries were, as long as a soul recovery pill was taken by a soul recovery pill, they would immediately recover their cultivation and injuries. Even broken limbs could be regrown. This was not the most important thing. More importantly, this pill was extremely effective even for martial artists above the level of mysterious returning pill. It could be said to be a life-saving medicine that could bring back the dead. 10 Supreme Grade Jade of Astral Souls. There was no need to explain this. Anyway, in recent years, the Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts Academy had not obtained even half a jade in their hands for a long time. Astral Souls Cake. It was known as a godly item for breaking through. No matter what level one was at, if one was stuck at a bottleneck for 100 years or 1,000 years, as long as one had the Astral Souls Cake, they could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter a new realm. 3 grams of 100,000 years old intermittent Ganoderma. 1 gram could regrow a broken limb that had been broken for God knows how many years. For example, a martial artist who had one of his arms chopped off when he was at the Xiantian level. Later on, his cultivation level became higher and higher. However, because the time span was too long, even if he reached the divine returning mysterious level, or even higher, the severed arm could no longer be regrown. Moreover, it was difficult to connect with the body and use it to its full potential. It was completely useless. However, with this kind of intermittent Ganoderma, one only needed 1 gram to find a new arm and attach it to one's shoulder. After taking the intermittent Ganoderma, one could completely recover in a day and night. Chapter 551. After being mediated by the intermittent Ganoderma, the new arm would be no different from a natural one. It would be completely compatible with the practitioner's strong cultivation. Regardless of the meridians, chi, and blood, it would be exactly the same as the one in one's body. As for the last $1 billion star dollar, it was just a side item. However, it was eye-catching enough to catch people's attention. When Fong Inoa saw these items, even he was tempted, let alone others. My young master, who exactly did you offend? Is it necessary to kill a junior in the embryonic breathing realm like you? Is it really necessary? Fong Inoa's face was pale as he stared at the forum for a long time. After witnessing the revelry of the entire underground world, he felt weak all over. His body was almost limp. How could it be so valuable? Really, even if it was to assassinate the crown prince, these items should be enough, right? Fong Ino muttered to himself. He was really afraid. He didn't know when the words completed would suddenly appear on the bounty mission. I miscalculated. Shangjing City. In an extremely secret place. A few people gathered here. They were all disguised, but they all knew who each other was. However, at this moment, everyone's eyes were solemn. There was even some panic. Didn't they only take out the heaven-level cultivation method, the superb grade Astral Souls Jade, and the $1 billion star dollar? Who added the Hearts of Stars, 10 Resurrection Pills, Astral Souls Cake, and the 100,000 intermittent Ganoderma? One of them asked anxiously, "Isn't it a bastard? This is too big of a target." It wasn't me. It wasn't me either. It wasn't me either. The few of them looked at each other in dismay. Their eyes were filled with panic. Everyone here was a ruthless character who had experienced countless big scenes. These few people could totally remain calm even if a mountain collapsed in front of them. However now, this group of people was panicking. Just the bounty that they had taken out was enough to cause chaos. When they took it out, they were already reluctant to part with it. However, they had posted the mission and sent people to complete it. Firstly, it was to confuse the public. Secondly, these items could increase the abilities of their own clan's ancient martial art practitioners. It was killing two birds with one stone. But how did it become like this? Now, the Heart of Stars Soul Recovery Pill, 100,000-year-old intermittent Ganoderma, and Astral Souls Cake had been added to the list. These items were many times more valuable than what they had offered. The nature of the situation had changed. The level of these things was too high. Furthermore, it was only after the bounty had been announced that someone had increased it. Usually, there was only one explanation for this situation, and that was the missions overlapped. This showed that there were other people who wanted Zhuo dead, and they were even more eager than them. This overlap was really deadly. If Zhuo really died, the first ones to be investigated would be them. Just how hateful is this brat? His ability to attract hatred is unparalleled. One of them sighed. Now is not the time to discuss Zhuo's problem, but are we being used by someone? Another person frowned. When the bounty was first announced, the few of them had already thought of all kinds of possible situations and even the follow-up countermeasures. In particular, the method of throwing out a few scapegoats had been premeditated by several layers. After all, the person behind Zhuo was most likely the Southern Chief himself. No matter how cautious they were, it would not be too much. However, they had never imagined that such a change would occur. Adding 4 more treasures of even more terrifying value to their already generous bounty, the popularity of the auction had increased by 100-fold. They had only hoped to stir up a small chaos, but it had suddenly turned into a tsunami. This intensity had reached the level of total loss of control. Cut off our communication immediately. One of them immediately reacted and gritted his teeth. This time, we have become pawns, scapegoats? It's not to this extent. The reputation of the underground world is still trustworthy. Besides, the person who issued the mission has nothing to do with us. It's better to be safe than sorry. Now what we need to deal with is not only the Southern Chief or the Martial Hidden Dragon, but also the person who is using us. We have to be wary of him, putting us on the table and leading us to face the martial hidden dragon or even the southern chief. Yes, we have to clean up the mess immediately to ensure that nothing goes wrong. This storm will be a huge wave that surges to the heavens, a wave that is large enough to engulf us. I believe that everyone should be clear that now is no longer the time to consider whether we can get a share of the pie and achieve the set goal. The first thing we need to consider is to not be implicated. This wave of change came out of nowhere and caught us off guard. Sigh. At this moment, the hearts of the few people were filled with regret. What a mess. But now, the situation had not completely deteriorated. Let's wait and see what happens next. It's out of control. It's completely out of control. When Yi Changqing, when Xing Tian, Xiang Kuangren, and Gao Zhiyun found out about this, it was already close to evening. Everyone's faces were snow white. Heart of Stars, Heaven-Level Technique, Supreme Astral Soul's Jade, Soul Recovery Pill, Astral Soul's Cake, 100,000 Years Intermittent Ganoderma. Yi Changqing's eyes flashed coldly. This price is enough to kill me. It's too much. It's almost the level of a general or deputy general in the military. Do those few clans have the courage to do so? Not only do they not have such courage, but they also don't have such financial resources, right? Even if they can afford it, how can they bear to do it? But they definitely have connections. Zhuo Xiao's trial must be stopped immediately. Send people to bring him back immediately. This is the most urgent matter. We can't delay. Where is he now? He's currently in the West. Immediately. Immediately. Send a few more people. Okay. The phone rang. Yi Changqing picked up the phone. His expression froze. Mayor Nan? Then he blurted out in shock. Not moving? What do you mean? How can he not move? This. Where did this come from? Shang Jing. Mayor Nan held the phone with a helpless expression. You can't figure it out? That's right. The problem is I'm also in despair. Shindu in an office building. This was an office building rented by some ordinary secular enterprises. It was the most ordinary and uneventful. In one of the offices, 3 people were drinking tea. Who posted these bounties this time? I really don't know about this. But the underground world hasn't had such a big movement for a long time. It's not a bad thing to be lively. It won't be good if the underground world is like stagnant water for a long time. You're right. Then we don't have to worry about it. Let's just wait and see. These 3 people were the founders of the underground world. They were also the 3 big shots in the underground world. However, on the surface, they were just 3 small website owners who looked like hooligans. Perhaps it was because of this layer of protection that no one knew about their real identities and backgrounds after all these years. Naturally, these 3 people had their own backgrounds in the past. However, they had washed their hands of gold for many years and no longer cared about any grudges in the underworld. It seemed like they just wanted to retire peacefully. At least on the surface, these 3 people drank tea, played cards, and chatted on a daily basis. They were living a comfortable life. In the entire Shindu, including the entire continent of astral souls, no one knew that these 3 people who looked like they were just idling around and waiting for death were actually in charge of the huge underground world. At this moment, someone knocked on the office door. The 3 of them were slightly stunned. Then one of them said, "Come in." The 3 of them were not surprised. It was normal for them to hear a knock on the door during their daily lives. Perhaps it was just to collect water, electricity, and gas. It was just a normal day. To be honest, after so many years, they had almost forgotten that they were martial artists. The door opened. A young man who looked to be in his late 20s walked in with a smile on his face. He said calmly, "Hello, bosses." The 3 of them narrowed their eyes at the same time. They asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The 3 of them did not recognize this person. He was a complete stranger. Based on the aura of this person, he was definitely not a collector. He was also not an ordinary person. The smile on the young man's face remained. His figure was tall and straight, and his features were handsome. His pair of long legs gave people the feeling that his legs could propel him into the starry sky, connecting the heavens and the earth. He walked in slowly as if this was his own home. He He pulled a chair and sat beside the coffee table. He smiled and said, "Your tea is not bad. It's no soul sprout, right? It's really good. Give me a cup too." The eldest brother's eyes sharpened like a hawk's. He said, "Brother, we old guys don't seem to know you. This is a lawful society. It's not right for you to come in uninvited." The young man completely ignored the eldest brother's question. He leisurely took the tea box and a teacup. He did not seem to be an outsider and calmly made himself a cup of tea. The boiling hot water was poured into the cup. The grayish-white snow soul sprout began to roll up and down, blooming with a shocking green color. Wisps of tea fragrance floated and diffused, refreshing the mind. The person who came and greeted them warmly as he was busy. "Sit down. The three of you sit down and talk. Why are you still treating yourselves as outsiders?" The three of them felt the same. Their palms were all sweaty. This was a sign of inexplicable nervousness. This person did not respond to Big Brother's question at all. He just sat there, but he had already turned from a guest to a host. Everything came so naturally, and it was only logical. His bearing was graceful, calm, and elegant. It was as if everything was under his control. Chapter 552. The three of them didn't know how to react. The young man smiled at the big brother, blood demon, Sinjong. The big brother took a deep breath. "You?" The young man pointed at the second brother, knife demon, Ping Eo. Knife demon Ping Eo's face was pale, but he laughed strangely. "Sir, I don't think I've met you before?" The young man smiled faintly and pointed at the third brother, sword demon, Zhou Haoqian. The sword demon sat still, but there was already dense sword energy flowing all over his body, wreaking havoc. The three outer demons had all gathered their lifetime's cultivation and were ready to fight to the death. The young man didn't care at all. His two long legs stretched out more and more. He took a sip of the tea and praised, "This tea is really good. It's actually new tea from back then. You three brothers really have good taste. When I leave later, remember to pack 3 pounds of tea for me." Sun Zhongfeng's pupils contracted. 3 pounds? "Sir, I don't think we're at the stage where I can give you tea leaves." The young man said calmly, "We'll be friends for a moment, and we'll be friends even when we're old. How can I be stingy with tea leaves?" "Oldson, what you're saying is too narrow-minded." He turned the teacup and smiled even more. Back then, the 3 extraterrestrial devils, who claimed to have washed their hands of gold, actually joined hands to set up a website and took charge of the underground world. This matter and this achievement really surprised me. But the result was good after all. The 3 of you aren't in the pugilistic world, but you're in charge of the king of Hell Palace. To a certain extent, you've contributed to the stability of society. The young man nodded and said affirmatively, "This is not an exaggeration. It's not a bad thing for the 3 of you to control the king of Hell Palace. In this world, there's never only a white world. There's also a need for a dark world. There must be a coexistence." The 3 of them only felt their blood rushing to their heads. Their hearts were tightly grasped by a big hand. This young man actually knew the 3 of them like the back of his hand. The young man looked at the rolling tea leaves in the transparent teacup, the green leaves blooming one by one. His gaze was still deep, as if he was ordering his subordinates. "The king of Hell Palace is still yours. But in the next period of time, my people will temporarily move in. I'm just looking for some background information. It won't interfere with your normal work. Let's settle this matter, shall we?" Although he was asking for her opinion, his tone and expression showed that he had already made up his mind. The sword demon let out a strange laugh and said, "Your Excellency, you are so confident that you can defeat us. But we don't know you, and we don't think you are qualified to give us orders. How can you teach us?" The young man smiled and said, No, you know me." The 3 of them looked suspicious at the same time. "Do we know you?" The young man said leisurely, "The 3 of you should be quite familiar with me. Although we haven't met before, you must be familiar with my name. Is your name familiar to us?" The expressions of the 3 became increasingly serious. After a second of silence, Blood Devil Zhongfeng solemnly asked, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" The youth said indifferently, "My name is Yudong Tian. What do you think? Don't you find it familiar?" I'm a Udontion, you know very well. He raised his eyebrows. Right? Am I right? Are you familiar with me? Puff. The moment the sword demon and the sword demon heard this name, they were scared out of their wits. Their true chi immediately went astray. The accumulated sword chi in their bodies had nowhere to vent, but they didn't dare to release it in front of them. They forcefully maintained their true chi and forcefully suppressed it. The chair under them was immediately cut into pieces by the overflowing energy. The two of them sat on the ground, but their four eyes were still looking at the young man in front of them with shock. The sword demon only felt a heat in his crotch. He was so scared that he had already wet half of his pants. The blood devil Sinjongfeng, who was sitting on the main seat opposite him, turned pale. The teacup in his hand was crushed. The water flowed on the tea table, and a part of it actually flowed towards the young man. Sinjongfeng's eyes were sharp, and his hands were fast. He directly bent down and used his mouth to drink the tea on the tea table. He was afraid that it would really flow over there and annoy the Heavenly King. But he drank too quickly and choked. For a moment, he couldn't stop coughing. He covered his mouth with one hand and turned his head to one side. He actually didn't dare to cough in front of the young man in front of him, but he turned his head too quickly. With a crack, he broke his neck. In the midst of his haste, he apologized while holding his neck with his hand and turned back to his original position. But his head was already drenched in cold sweat. What is this? This is a person's name, a tree's shadow. Just the 3 words Udontion made the 3 outer demons of the past, who were now the rulers of the underground world, lose their composure. They showed all kinds of ugliness and were scared out of their wits. Heavenly King of the Right, you are right. We are indeed familiar with your name. My lord! The 3 people who came back to their senses moved in unison. They knelt on the ground at the same time. Their faces were only pale, without any trace of blood. Any one of the 3 outer demons was quite a powerful and ruthless character. No matter whether it was their cultivation or reputation, they had reached a very high level. Even though they had already retired from the martial world, there were still legends about them in the martial world. In fact, if not for each of them being ruthless people, how could they really live a stable life? How could the martial world's chaos be stopped by just retiring from the martial world? When the 3 of them joined forces, they had an earth-shattering power. Even if their opponents were 1 level higher than them, they could still fight and even win. But compared to the Heavenly King of the Right, they were still fireflies and the sun and the moon. They couldn't be compared. Why are you kneeling? The Heavenly King of the Right, Udontion, smiled faintly. Then he sniffed and showed a look of disgust for the first time. Who peed? Why aren't you changing your clothes? Then clean this place. He shook his head and said with some disappointment, the 3 of you are the rulers of the underground world. How can you be so timid? You don't pay attention to hygiene. Peeing and urinating everywhere. Is this how the 3 outer demons behave? Yes, yes, yes. We deserve to die, deserve to die. The 3 of them nodded. Zhou Haotian, the sword demon, quickly ran out to change his clothes. As for running away, what kind of joke was that? The Heavenly King of the Right had already found their nest. Why would they run away? If they ran away now, they would be crazy. As for the blood demon and the sword demon, the 2 brothers hurriedly found some tools and mops to clean the place. They opened the windows that they used their life's cultivation to cover all the strange smells in the room and threw them out. Then they filtered the fresh air from outside and spread it in. The sword demon even went to his office and brought in 2 big pots of fragrant green plants to clean the air as much as possible. After a long period of work, the sword demon also changed into a clean set of clothes and came back. The 3 of them nodded and bowed, but their bodies were still trembling uncontrollably. Their lips were blue and their faces were pale. Heavenly King, the blood demon, opened his mouth with great difficulty. At this moment, he had the urge to die. Was it necessary? Was it necessary? Even if you found us, you could just send a soldier to say a few words, and we could only run away. Was it necessary for you, the Heavenly King of the Right, to come here personally? Could it be that you wanted to make sure nothing went wrong? So you came here personally? You think too highly of us, don't you? Intentionally or unintentionally. The blood demon saw the poker cards on the table. He wanted to cry, but had no tears. The reason was very simple. When the three brothers had nothing to do, they would play do jeu for a while. The current situation was exactly the same as a joke that was circulating on the internet. I threw out a 3. Then, the Heavenly King exploded. How could we play? How could we play? Sit down, sit down. You don't have to look like dead people. I'm not here to make trouble for you. The Heavenly King of the right was still amiable. He smiled and said, "Today, just treat me as an ordinary customer. At most, I'm an uninvited guest." Customer that the three of them wanted to cry, but had no tears. How could there be a customer like you? Sit down. Yu Dongtian glared at them. The three of them immediately sat down on the ground in unison. Yu Dongtian rubbed his forehead and sighed. Don't you understand human language? I'm asking you to sit on the chairs. Oh. The three of them quickly went to find chairs. The sword demon and the sword demon quickly dragged chairs over. The blood demon had a chair on his side, so he directly sat down. Unexpectedly, his mind was still in an unbalanced state, and his vital energy leaked out instinctively. He followed in the footsteps of the sword demon and directly shattered the chair. He had no choice but to repeatedly apologize and look for chairs in a sorry state. After a while, the three of them finally sat down. The three of them sat upright and still, like primary school students who had skipped school and met a strict discipline master. You don't have to be so tense, Yu Dongtian said indifferently. Do you need me to repeat what I said just now? No. Every word you said just now was etched in our hearts. We dare not forget, the three of them said in unison. The blood demon Xin Zhangfeng hurriedly said, You said you want to send people to investigate the background information. This is completely no problem at all. We welcome you with open arms. Yu Dongtian said indifferently, obedient. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Don't worry, this is just a temporary move. After this matter is over, the King of Hell Palace will still be yours, Yu Dongtian said. Yes, we three brothers will listen to your orders. We will not disobey, and we will agree. Yu Dongtian looked at the three demons who were scared out of their wits and smiled helplessly. He still made things clear. This matter does not need me or my men to appear, but I came personally. Do you know why? Xin Zhangfeng's mind was still in a mess, and lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. He heard the Heavenly King's words very clearly, but his brain could not do such a thing. He could only blink, like a primary school student with a strong thirst for knowledge. In a daze, he asked cooperatively, Why? His face was full of curiosity. This action was inexplicably cute. Chapter 554. That a big net had been pulled open. A riot that blotted out the sky and covered the earth had also begun. But that the other net, which was even taller and larger, was even higher up in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun. Who was setting the trap? Who was pulling in the net? Who was playing chess? Who was the chess piece? That's what Xiaoduo was completely unaware of this. He just felt that the current situation seemed to be a little strange. The first half of the night was unexpectedly quiet. No one came to find trouble with him. How could the other party be so calm? It was already 3:00 in the morning. It was almost past the limit of the human body's tiredness. Xiaoduo had just stretched his body when he suddenly saw a shadow flashing in front of him. Xiaoduo's body swayed, and he was dozens of feet away. Puff! His original position had already been smashed into smithereens by a surge of qi. The fatal attack came unexpectedly. The murderous intent was overwhelming and awe-inspiring. 5 shadowy figures appeared around him. Is it this guy? It's this guy. Go! Xiaoduo held his long sword and shouted, Who are you? The 5 people did not say a word. 5 weapons attacked like poisonous snakes. Xiaoduo snorted and summoned the drizzle sword. He waved it repeatedly, and his surroundings were immediately enveloped by a dense curtain of rain. Dang, Dang. Dang. .5 consecutive sounds of vibration. Zhuoxiaoduo's long sword had collided with the weapons of the 5 people. Even though the rain sword had the ability to dissipate the force, Zhuoxiaoduo still felt waves of pain in his wrist. Nascent soul transformation. The 5 people were all cultivators in the nascent soul transformation stage. Moreover, they were not ordinary nascent soul transformation stage cultivators. Zhuoxiaoduo was shocked. Run! With a flash of light under his feet, the moonlight suddenly overflowed as the full moon rose abruptly. Zhuoxiaoduo rode on the full moon and drifted more than 100 meters away. He floated all the way up and landed on the top of the mountain 100 meters away. This amazing body movement was one of the 3 body movements that his father, Zhuochanglu, had taught him in Niankat, 1,000 Miles Bright Moon. Zhuoxiaoduo had already practiced this movement technique to the point that he was very familiar with it. However, he never thought that the true effect of this movement technique would be so awesome. With just a slight movement, he had already arrived at the other end of the place he had anticipated. At this moment, the moon in the sky seemed to be even brighter, as if it was cheering for Zhuoxiaoduo's marvelous body movement. Seeing that their target was right in front of them, the 5 people who were heading towards them were astonished. According to their momentum, the 5 of them had already formed an encirclement. The moment they arrived at Zhuoxiaoduo's resting position was the moment when the power of the 5 of them reached its peak. After all, they had never intended to talk nonsense with Zhuoxiaoduo from the beginning. They wanted to kill him directly. However, they could not imagine how this brat, who was only in the embryonic breathing realm, could fight against the 5 of them without being at a disadvantage. With just a slight turn, he was able to escape from the range of their chi activity, rising 70 meters as if he was weightless, then moving 100 meters in the air, all the way to the top of the mountain. At this moment, the moonlight was like water, illuminating the heaven and earth, making it hazy and cold. It was bright and clean. Zhuoxiaoduo had just tried out the 1,000 Miles Bright Moon body movement technique. With a thought, his body moved and his mind moved. In a trance, he had arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking up at the crescent moon that had risen to the middle of the sky, his mind was filled with the description of the 1,000 Miles Bright Moon body movement technique. The effect is better when used under the moonlight. Could it be that this body movement technique could actually communicate with the power of the moonlight? It couldn't be that magical, right? Yes, just now, with a thought, his body moved quietly, and he had arrived at the top of the mountain in an instant. It was indeed magical. While Zhuoxiaoduo was still pondering, the 5 people had already chased after him in the air. They were all dressed in black and had masks on their faces. Their murderous intent was clear and undisguised. Take advantage of the fact that the others haven't arrived yet. We can't miss this God-given opportunity. Make your move quickly. We'll leave as soon as we're done. The 5 of them activated their secret techniques at the same time, unleashing the man and weapon as one technique. Each of them exerted all their strength, intending to end this battle and the person in front of them in the shortest time possible. Zhuoxiaoduo saw that danger was approaching. He shouted loudly, "Who are you peoples?" The 5 of them did not say a word, burying their heads in the attack. After Zhuoxiaoduo finished his opening speech, he immediately dodged and said faintly, "The 5 of you don't look good today. You're all plagued with sins, and you're about to be killed. You're filled with bad luck, and you don't want to seek good fortune and avoid evil. Instead, you're thinking of robbing and killing. You're about to face a bloody disaster. Why don't you put down your weapons and we can have a good chat? I'll give you some pointers on how to avoid death and prolong your life. Isn't it better to be friends than to fight and kill?" Zhuoxiaoduo did not stop talking. The rain sword in his hand, the starry sky steps under his feet, and the newly comprehended 1,000 Miles Bright Moon steps did not stop either. He was able to maintain his composure in the midst of the 5 people's joint attack. The 5 of them did not say a word, but their attacks became faster and more ruthless. You're the one who's going to face a bloody disaster. You're going to face a bloody disaster right now. You're here with a purpose, so you must know my background and background. At least you know my information. I know how to read fortunes, and I gather all that I've learned in my life. Put down your weapons, and let's be friends. I'll do my best to give you pointers on how to avoid the disaster. Everyone will be safe and harmonious. In the future, we'll be good together, and everyone will be good together. What do you think? Zhuo continued to talk. Believe me, you're really going to face a bloody disaster. It's about to come true. The five of them still did not say a word, but their attacks became fiercer. The sword in Zhuo's hand flew up and down, and he tried his best to resist. However, he could not help but be suppressed. After a while, he suddenly shouted, "So powerful!" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhuo's body suddenly leaned back. Seeing that they had the upper hand, the five of them became more and more unforgiving. They rushed up together and attacked continuously. However, a ball of bright moonlight suddenly flashed, and Zhuo floated out with the moonlight. In a flash, he had already entered the dense forest. Nobody knew how far he had gone, and he was even more hurried to the depths of the forest. The five of them did not have any scruples, and they chased after him in unison. This brat's movement technique was truly awesome, truly amazing. He left the battlefield just like that, especially that round of flowing moonlight. It was as if the moon was helping him, and it was so mysterious that it sent him out just as the five of them entered the forest. The sound of the wind suddenly rose, and it was mixed with copious amounts of heat, and it came raging towards them. The five of them came with a purpose, so they were naturally familiar with all the information that Zhuo had shown in front of others. How could they not know that this was definitely the hidden weapon attack that Zhuo was good at? At this moment, they only had a feeling of as expected in their hearts, and each of them blocked the attack. Dang, 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 that after 5 consecutive sounds, the incoming hidden weapons were all knocked away, and no one knew where they landed. Then, a glaring red brilliance rushed towards them from the opposite side, like a violent storm. It was as if a sea of magma had suddenly erupted. Before it even got close, the heat waves were already rolling, and the five of them felt that it was hard to breathe. Looks like this is the legendary Flaming Sun manual. The five of them thought so, and at the same time, they became more alert. On the opposite side, Zhuo roared again. "I'll fight it out with all of you." It looked like this Flaming Sun manual was indeed his trump card. After all, he was just a baby Xiao. That the five of them held their breaths, and each of them circulated their cultivation and clashed repeatedly with Zhuo's rainstorm sword technique that was wrapped in the heat of the sun. The battle was exceptionally brilliant, and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, 3 of them suddenly screamed, and blood spurted out from their eyes. These were the 3 hidden weapons that seemed to have been knocked away, but at this moment, they had actually appeared out of nowhere and were mixed with scorching heat, directly piercing into their eye sockets. The 3 of them screamed miserably and felt as if a piece of red-hot iron had drilled into their weak eye sockets and was spinning and burning all the way to their brain. The 3 of them screamed miserably and were in so much pain that they wished they were dead. At this moment, they could no longer care about attacking Zhuo and covered their eyes and took out medicine from their spatial rings. Unfortunately, their struggle to survive was futile, and the 3 hidden weapons all exploded after spinning to a certain degree. However, the soft sound of the explosion was still playing in their heads, and it was soul-stirring, causing their expressions to change. The 3 of them only had time to let out a blood-curdling scream before they could only roll on the ground. The 3 of them had suffered from the explosion in their heads, and brain death was a foregone conclusion. This was a serious injury, and they were bound to die. However, the bodies of cultivators were strong, and they could still instinctively struggle, rolling and spasming on the ground. The other 2 were shocked, and they suddenly retreated more than 10 meters, their eyes full of shock. "Who is it? Who's here?" "It's me." "Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" Zhuo rushed out, and the dark red light in his hand suddenly flashed, and he had already inserted it into the dantian of one of the 3 dying people. He moved like the wind, and the 3 spatial rings were already in his hands. The dragon blood flying dagger stayed in the first person's dantian for a second, and then it was pulled out and inserted into the second person's dantian. It stayed for a second, and then it was inserted into the third person's dantian. He still had a breath left, and his chi had not dissipated, so he could not waste it. Zhuo was a stingy person, so how could he be willing to waste energy? Luck points, dragon blood dagger, spatial rings, and a large wallet. All of them could not be missing. During this period of time, he had used up a lot of his dragon blood flying dagger, and it was no longer full. Now that there was a good replenishment in front of him, how could he not use it? The remaining two people rushed forward angrily. What a beast! What are you doing? That kid was actually trampling on his brother's corpse. Zhuo immediately retreated and said with a smile, "Aren't you still alive? Rather than wasting it, why don't you let me use it? This spatial ring was originally my spoils of war, so why can't I take it?" The two glared at him, and they rushed forward with all their might. Despicable! Shameless! As they spoke, they had already rushed to the side of the three corpses. Whoosh! However, a few hidden weapons flew up from the ground beside the corpses, and just as the two people were about to step past them, they drilled into the soles of their shoes at lightning speed. The scorching energy broke through the Yongquan acupoint with irresistible force, and it spun and rushed forward. Boom! Explosion! The two people's screams directly tore through the night sky. Chapter 555. Zhuo, who was on the opposite side, also pounced forward. Without another word, the sword light in his hand exploded and scattered. The sword light speckled and dazzled like stars. The flaming sun scripture was operated at full power. It was as if the sun was burning the sky, illuminating the surroundings. He looked like a small sun in a dark forest, dazzling and dazzling. The cat spirit sword attacked wildly. With two light, snapping sounds, the long swords in the hands of the two people broke. Just as the sharp pain came from his feet, his body instinctively shook. Zhuo's dragon blood flying dagger flew out of his hand and accurately pierced into the chest of one person. The cat spirit sword in his other hand also shakily pierced into the right chest of the last person. The bright tip of the sword, which was at least 10 centimeters long, appeared behind the person's back. In a flash, it was pulled back. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Zhuo's body flashed like lightning. He had already pulled out the dragon blood flying dagger and took off the space ring. He turned around and chopped off the person's head. His body turned, and the long sword pressed against the neck of the last person. The cold blade was pressed against the neck. He laughed and said, "I said that you will have a bloody calamity. Now, do you believe me? Why didn't you listen to my advice? Now, do you still have any doubts about my technique?" The sole of the last survivor's foot was blown up, and his right chest was pierced through by the burning energy of the cat spirit sword. The injury was so serious that he almost died. His face was extremely distorted. It was unknown when the cloth covering his face fell off, revealing a ferocious face covered with whiskers. At this moment, his eyes were filled with extreme anger. He looked at Zhuo and said, "This is your technique? I've learned such a despicable and shameless method. Ha! The Hidden Dragon Martial School actually taught a student like you who has no bottom line." Zhuo smiled and said, "I'm not good with words. I can't win in a war of words. I'm too lazy to reason with you. I only want to ask you, if I said that you will have a bloody calamity, do you believe me? Does this count as a bloody calamity?" The person glared at Zhuo and said, "You've already won. If you want to kill us, then kill us. Why do you have to humiliate us like this? You're just wasting your breath." Zhuo frowned and said, "How is this a waste of my breath? We're obviously discussing the technique, which is a profound problem. Why are you so impatient? I'm giving you advice. Don't you know how to point out the right path? Do you understand? Just give me a quick death. Thank you." The man closed his eyes. He really didn't want to communicate with someone anymore. "Do you believe me? Say you believe me. I'll give you a quick death." Do you think I'll think I SSS? I'll eyes is use eyes and eyes eyes. It's the showers of the head. What the fuck is this? I'm even being threatened to die. You have to think about it carefully. You've been captured alive by me, and you've even shown your face. What can't you do under torture? Even if you're a man made of iron, how many days can you last? Since you're destined to die in the end, why do you have to go through that torture? Xiaoduo said with conviction. Besides, am I wrong? You're indeed facing a bloody calamity. Now, 4 out of the 5 of you are dead. Isn't it a miracle? The truth is right in front of your eyes. Why don't you believe me? The Xiaoduo closed his eyes and said weakly, You win. You're like a god. I believe you. I believe you completely. Can you kill me quickly? Why are you so perfunctory? Xiaoduo was dissatisfied and said, Please, can you be more sincere? The Xiaoduo broke down and said, Kill me now. Do you believe me? I believe you. Are you going to kill me or not? Xiaoduo did not talk nonsense this time. He picked up the dragon blood flying dagger and stabbed it into his dantian. After a pause, he stabbed the dagger into his heart again. He took off the space ring and stood up. Looking at the 5 corpses, he could not help but sigh and murmur, Amitabha, the Buddha is merciful. Sigh, the 5 of you died so miserably. Your corpses are incomplete, your spirits are gone, and your bodies are buried in the wilderness. Sigh, you'll suffer if you don't listen to your elders. I've already said that you're facing a bloody calamity. He murmured to himself and left. As for cleaning up the corpses, there was danger everywhere. Xiaoduo felt that it was more important to escape. Corpses and bones. They were all worldly possessions. What was the value of them? Besides, Xiaoduo had already said that they were buried in the wilderness. Of course, he had to do what he said. It was another way of saying that words were the law. About 4 or 5 minutes later, a series of shadows flashed, and people came from several directions. Finally, more than a dozen people gathered here. Although the sky was dark, these people were all high-level cultivators, and their eyesight was not affected. They died so miserably. They all died under the sword and the hidden weapon. The information is true. This guy's hidden weapon is really brilliant. It's really amazing. Chase! These people were obviously not in the same group. The dozen people were divided into at least 5 or 6 groups. They spread out in different directions and started a carpet search. Xiaoduo ran all the way. His left hand was always holding the dragon blood flying dagger. As he ran, he was constantly absorbing power to ensure that his strength was always at its peak. Xiaoduo, who had been releasing power at a high intensity, was also absorbing power at a very fast speed. Just like this, he's a nascent soul master. Xiaoduo was very dissatisfied. I killed a total of 5 people, and the dragon blood flying dagger is still in a half-full state. It's still a fake. In the future, can the instructors be more conscientious and let everyone pay more attention to their own quality and not blindly improve their level? This makes my dragon blood flying dagger very disappointed. Xiaoduo, who was running forward, suddenly had 2 drops of luck points fall from the sky. Xiaoduo immediately felt a burst of comfort all over his body. The restlessness of his meridians and dantian also stabilized. Once again, he clearly felt that 1/3 of the luck points had entered the broken jade pendant and disappeared without a trace. Sure enough, it's good to look at the overlord form like this. Logically speaking, the karma of a nascent soul cultivator should be at the level of 1 drop per person. Why did 5 people only give 2 drops? This stinginess is incurable. Although he had gained a lot, Xiaoduo was still a little dissatisfied. But when he thought of the 5 space rings he had just robbed, he felt a little better in his heart. Finally, he had gained something, but he didn't know how much he would gain in the end. Desperados like these usually carried all their belongings with them. I'm really looking forward to it. I like desperados like this. Why don't there be a few more killers like this? Even if there were 8 or 10 of them, it wouldn't be too much. Xiaoduo thought to himself happily. It was unknown whether his wish came true or the heavens followed his wishes. Xiaoduo's body flew past the edge of the forest like lightning and suddenly stopped. A shining sword light had already rushed past in front of him. If Zhuoxiaoduo hadn't stopped, this sword light would have passed through his chest and abdomen. Even if Zhuoxiaoduo didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This person's idea was very clever. He chose a target who was running at a high speed and locked the situation with a sword to severely injure the opponent. Then, he would cut off the opponent's head. Before the momentum stopped, he would have already carried the head thousands of miles away. It was a wishful thinking that was well thought out, and the design was exquisite. However, this plan fell through. Zhuoxiaoduo didn't even think. He directly treated the dragon blood flying dagger as a real flying dagger and threw it out with a whoosh. This attack was fused with Tang Qinshuo's flying dagger intent. Its speed was so fast that it directly surpassed the speed of light. With a light pop, it had already passed through the person's thigh. That person's attack failed. He had no idea how Zhuoxiaoduo had discovered him. His body involuntarily rushed 3 meters away. The moment he tried to turn around, he felt a pain in his right leg. His body instinctively fell down, trying to stabilize his body with a spin. However, dealt with a bang, his entire right leg fell down from the place where the flying dagger had passed through like a piece of rotten wood. That person was greatly shocked. He didn't know what had happened. At this moment, Zhuoxiaoduo's cat spirit sword had already pierced his heart. His body moved and then returned. He quickly withdrew the dragon blood flying dagger and stabbed it into the person's dantian. This time I don't have the time to look at your fortune. What a waste. Zhuoxiaoduo's dragon blood flying dagger stopped for a second. He pulled it out and didn't forget to take off his ring. He kicked the corpse into the dense forest. At this moment, a person was rushing out. He saw a corpse coming towards him. It was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. That person instinctively pushed the corpse away. But at this moment, he only felt his right hand that was holding the sword go numb. His right shoulder was cold. He felt a hidden weapon pass through his right shoulder. That person was immediately shocked. What kind of hidden weapon was it? How could it pass through the protective aura of my initial stage cloud transformation cultivation? Just as he was about to circulate his aura to heal his injury, he felt that his entire right hand, up to his right shoulder, was completely numb. His heart was broken. In front of him was the sound of the wind and the drizzle. It was so beautiful that it was like a dream, but in reality, the sword was flashing and killing intent was dense. His heart was overwhelmed with shock. He tried to circulate his aura, but found that he couldn't circulate his aura. He could only watch helplessly as the killing sword approached his head. A look of despair appeared on his face. She was like a fairy, like a dream, like a real disaster. A long sword pierced through his chest. That man only felt a hand caressing his numb right hand. His tall and sturdy body swayed and fell to the ground. His heart was filled with grief, but he was still infatuated with her. Did I? How did I die? Why? Why didn't I know? A figure flashed. Zhuoxiaoduo picked up the dragon blood flying dagger and pulled down the person's mask. The person was panting violently. His eyes were empty as he looked up. Your fortune is not good. You will face a life and death calamity. Can you believe it? Zhuoxiaoduo's gaze was warm. It was mixed with sympathy. It was as if he was bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. This person felt his life force quickly leaving him. He smiled bitterly. At this time, can I still not believe it? Chapter 556. As long as you believe me. Zhuoxiaoduo flipped his hand and raised the dragon blood flying dagger. Wait a minute. The man struggled and said, What did you use to hurt me? Zhuoxiaoduo did not stop. The dragon blood flying dagger pierced into the man's dantian. He said lightly, Is there any meaning? The man laughed bitterly and murmured, Yes. Indeed, there is no meaning. His body twitched, his eyes were wide open, and he was no longer breathing. He actually died with his eyes wide open. Zhuoxiaoduo quickly got up and used the 1,000 miles bright moon movement technique again. Accompanied by the gentle moonlight, he quietly went 300 feet away. As for the identity, name, and origin of the person he killed, Zhuoxiaoduo was not interested at all. Since they were enemies, why did they have to report their names? When I die, I'm a corpse. When you die, you're still a corpse. All living things are equal. That's all. There was no unwillingness. It was just a life and death struggle. Zhuo looked at the dense black forest behind him. He looked up at the sky, at the endless meteor shower that seemed to have no end. A sense of pride rose in his heart. He muttered to himself, "Ever since I came to this world, I've never thought of going back alive. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. I've already received 7 space rings." With such a large amount of benefits, Zhuo was naturally happy. But in the end, although this person helped him to read his fortune, he did not have any luck points. He had already encountered it. If he continued, it would be too late. What luck points could there be? Zhuo was very disappointed. How good would it be if there were such luck points? But his heart was also a little heavy. The previous 5 nascent soul cultivators were still fine. Even if it was a head-on battle, Zhuo was not afraid. He did not even need to use his trump card. However, the 2 people behind him were already at the cloud transformation realm. They didn't care about their status and took advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. If he didn't have Xiaolong's warning and was prepared, he might not have been a match for them. He had predicted the enemy's movements and seized the opportunity to attack. He had made full use of the special characteristics of the dragon blood flying dagger to achieve a one-hit kill. In reality, it was mostly due to luck. If the other party was prepared and faced him head-on, with his current level of hidden weapons, the damage he could inflict on the other party would be negligible. No matter how exquisite his swordsmanship was, it would be difficult for him to break through the other party's defense. When that time came, he would probably have to use his trump card. However, in this pitch-black night, once he used his trump card, who knew how many people would see it? Did anyone see it? As long as one person saw it, it could be exposed to the world. Now that the war is dangerous, I can't care so much anymore. I'll take one step at a time. If I can avoid being exposed, then I won't. If there's no other way, then I'll prioritize my own life. Zhuo felt that he had already advanced to the pinnacle of the embryonic breathing realm. His heart was filled with bitterness. During this period of time, the dragon blood flying dagger has been too full. I've been sucking too much. In the end, it's time to compress it again. This timing is really... Zhuo had concerns in his heart. He was focused on sprinting madly, continuously using the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to move forward. Looking from afar, another 200 miles would be the Starry Mountains. Within this mountain range, there was a star beast forest. There were countless high-level star beasts in it. At least for practitioners who were below the cloud transformation realm, it was a dangerous place. However, for the currents of Xiaoduo, the position under his feet was even more dangerous. This was because the enemy had already arrived in waves. The bounty that the Netherworld Palace had placed on him was really too generous. Xiaoduo estimated that if he delayed for a month, perhaps half of the assassins in the mainland would rush over. Such a level of danger was beyond imagination. Rather than staying in the open land, it would be better to enter the Starry Mountains and sneak into the Star Beast Forest to look for opportunities. Countless attacking enemies brushed past Xiaoduo, who was sprinting away. Wherever Xiaoduo passed by, there were countless figures chasing after him. Later, it gradually evolved into a situation where there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. If this continued, Xiaoduo might not have the chance to enter the Starry Mountains region. Xiaoduo was forced into a corner. He suddenly let out a long howl, which shook the whole world. Xiaoduo exploded his true core strength to the limit, activating the 1,000 miles bright moon body movement technique to its maximum speed. Just as he was about to collide with the people in front of him, a mysterious light suddenly flickered on his body. A pure energy shook the void. It was the Tianyuan escape method, which was brazenly activated. In an instant, Xiaoduo's movement speed, with the help of the 1,000 miles bright moon's moonlight, increased by 10 times. His entire person turned into a ray of light in the air, flashing and disappearing hundreds of miles away. Yes, his entire person had disappeared. The people chasing behind him looked at each other in dismay, disbelief written all over their faces. Everyone's shock was indescribable. What kind of movement technique is that? How can it be so fast? Grandma Sure, who had been secretly following Zhuo, saw that he was about to be heavily surrounded. Just as she was about to help him, she saw a flash of light. Zhuo had disappeared directly, even escaping from her soul lock. Seeing such a change, he couldn't help but jump in fright. What's going on? There can be enemies everywhere, but this Star Beast forest is an exception. It's a pure land without enemies. Although he was being chased by countless enemies, Zhuo's heart was still clear. He was never a brainless person who acted blindly. Ever since he found out about the Netherworld King Palace's reward, he knew that things were going in an uncontrollable direction. Li Qinglong, Yi Changqing, Wen Xingtian, and the rest had thought of many things. The enemies that they were worried about and preset were only a few clans. Basically, they were all within their control. But everyone had neglected the Netherworld King Palace. Regarding this, Li Qinglong's analysis was, if the reward was taken away from the Netherworld King Palace, it would be too easy to expose the person behind it. Although the underground world had its own rules, there were too many top experts in this world. If they really wanted to find trouble with the Netherworld King Palace, the Netherworld King Palace wouldn't be able to hold on. And the most direct result of not being able to hold on was to hand over the entire Netherworld King Palace. In this way, all the transaction information inside would be exposed. Even if there were precautions, if the commotion was too small, not many people would come. But if the commotion was too big, it would definitely cause a commotion and attract the attention of the higher-ups. These few clans couldn't be so stupid. But what everyone thought was that they couldn't be so stupid had become a reality. Zhuo couldn't figure this out no matter how hard he tried. The Hidden Dragon Realm was a cradle of talents. To seize the benefits in this area, it was indeed a huge benefit that those few clans couldn't let go of. But this was only from the perspective of one or two clans. Compared to the entire world, it was still a small matter. And now, the situation had reached such a stage that it was difficult to resolve. Such a huge commotion could be said to have alarmed all three continents. What's more, just based on the few items on the bounty list, how many clans would be able to take them out? It was almost as if it was on the verge of popping out. Were the brains of these few clans all pigs? In order to kill me, you used nuclear weapons? And it was a super nuclear weapon. The power of the nuclear weapons they used was enough to destroy the entire Hidden Dragon Realm. Then, what exactly were they after? These words were true and not false at all. Now, because of the impact of this unforeseen event, the forces that had already come had really spread across the three continents. Even if the Hidden Dragon Realm High School put in all the strength of the entire school to protect Zhuo at all costs, they still wouldn't be able to protect him. For the time being, only the assassins who lived nearby and received the news the fastest had made their move. The real experts were far from here. Those who dared to come from afar would definitely have a high cultivation. Even if they were fugitives, they weren't brainless and ignorant. Everyone knew what kind of chaos such a huge bounty would cause. If they were slightly weaker, even if they obtained Zhuo's head, they wouldn't be able to hold on until the day of receiving the bounty. Therefore, those who could come and dared to come were definitely the experts among the experts. They were the kind of people who had something to rely on. In this world, no matter whether it was the righteous or the righteous, how many experts who had reached a certain level of cultivation were truly stupid? It was conceivable that after tomorrow and the day after, a large number of God reigning and mystical realm cultivators would gather in this area, or even the higher Skysoar realm. Chapter 557. This was the only way to enter this place. If they were to cross from both sides, they would have to climb a few thousand meters to cross the mountain ridge in front of them. At this moment, a few black shadows appeared one after another like ghosts and occupied the mountain pass. The few of them stood at the entrance of the canyon. Cold light flashed in their hands, and they were filled with murderous intent. They looked like they could hold back 10,000 men by themselves. Looking at Zhuo, who was falling from the sky like a meteor, One of the people in the front smiled viciously. It's this guy. There's no need to ambush him. Let's attack him together. What are you talking about? This is luck. We were just planning to rest in a place that no one would expect. Now a pie has fallen from the sky. Brothers, let's get to work. Let's take care of this guy quickly and claim the reward. We won't have to worry about the rest of our lives. 3 of the 10 people on the opposite side remained on the ground, while the other 3 went to a position more than 40 feet above the canyon. On the 2 sides of the canyon, the 4 people who were 1,000 meters above the ground suddenly attacked and rushed towards Washauduo. The sword light was like a monstrous white wave, rushing up like an avalanche. Washauduo used the Heaven Origin escape technique and increased his speed by 10 times on top of his original speed. With such godly speed, he managed to leave his pursuers far behind and managed to buy himself some time to catch up with them. Just as he was about to rush into the mountain pass, the 10 people were blocking his way. Moreover, they were intercepting him from 3 sides. There's no time to read my fortune. Washauduo felt regretful. What a pity. Xiaolong had already informed Washauduo of the 10 people's ambush in front of him. The situation was still under control. You want to ambush me and catch me off guard? Dream on. Hey! Washauduo's body was like a meteor as he quickly flew over and shouted. The 10 people on the other side. I think you're all going to die. Do you think I'm right? Duh. On the other side, the 10 people who were ready to attack were stunned. Is this a fortune-telling for us? The intelligence report did mention that this kid had the ability to read people's faces. It was said that he was very accomplished and rarely made mistakes. But at this time, you're saying that we're in for a bloodbath? We're still so far away. Can you really see what we look like? Kill! The leader shouted. His long sword soared into the air, transforming into a huge silver dragon that soared into the sky. At the same time, the 4 people at the top of the sky had also fallen to a considerable height and were heading towards Washauduo. The 3 people in the middle also turned into flowing lights, full of murderous intent. Collision. A meteor rapidly approached, and another 10 meteors met it head-on. The 2 sides were about to collide, and it looked like a fiery scene of Mars colliding with Earth. Washauduo wanted to end the battle as soon as possible, but the 10 people on the opposite side also wanted to end the battle as soon as possible. Wealth was the most tempting thing in people's hearts. Everyone understood the principle of long delays and dreams. The 10 of them had already thought about how to retreat after killing Washauduo. There must be countless people who were tempted by Washauduo. The only reason they had such an opportunity now was because of their luck. After they succeeded, how to retreat unscathed and how to obtain the reward would be the key. What was this Xiao in the embryonic breathing realm worth? But at the moment when the 2 sides were about to collide, the leader of the group suddenly realized that the sharp sword in Washauduo's hand had suddenly disappeared. In its place were 2 hammers that looked bigger than a water tank. He instinctively felt that something was wrong and shouted, "Everyone be careful." It was a pity that in the air in front of them, there was suddenly a strange woo sound. It was as if the thunder from the 9 heavens had been triggered by the sudden appearance of the 2 big hammers. Suddenly, the sky changed color. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling sounded from the depths of the universe. It was as if 100,000 ghosts had rushed out of the gates of hell and descended upon the human world. In an instant, the sky changed, and all that could be seen was the aura of hell. Come on. Washauduo laughed loudly. The 2 hammers moved and turned into a gale, whirlwind, hurricane that covered the sky and earth. In order to end the battle quickly, he used the hammer technique that he had obtained from his godfather. It was not a hammer, nor was it a hammer. Instead, he used the hammer technique that his godfather had left behind. It was the most powerful, murderous, and required the user to have the highest strength. It was the only hammer technique that had a name, the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits. This was also the first time that Washauduo had used the Hammer of 1,000 Spirits in a battle. Moreover, he had used the hammer technique at the beginning of the battle. Therefore, even Washauduo himself was greatly shocked by the power he displayed at this moment. Once the hammer of 1,000 spirits was used, Zwishaoduo was shocked to find that he had completely lost control of the big hammers. The two big hammers seemed to have turned into living dragons. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, smashing through the sky, the earth, the space, the underworld, and the 18 layers of hell. The mournful cries of ghosts resounded endlessly, coming one after another. There was a crisp cracking sound in the air. Suddenly, a black gate that looked like the gate of hell appeared and opened. The mournful cries of thousands of ghosts were not illusory, but real. The invincible the Flood Witch, who had become famous and dominated the world with the hammer of 1,000 spirits, was used by Zwishaoduo in an unprecedentedly crazy manner without holding back. The Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer only had a total of 18 moves, and Zwishaoduo, who wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible, executed all 18 moves in an instant, pushing himself to the limit. At this moment, the sky collapsed, the earth cracked, the universe lost its color, and the sun and moon lost their light. The 10 people felt as if the sky in this area had collapsed at the same time. Gusts of wind, whirlwinds, and hurricanes blew towards them with a soul-shattering momentum. They felt cold all over, as if they had fallen into hell. No, it was no different from falling into hell right now. Even their souls were frozen at this moment. The coldness was bone-chilling, and they shuddered. The leader of the Cloud Transformation Peak stage, cultivators roared in horror. Not good, Run. It was a pity that everyone was maintaining their charging posture at high speed. In order to end the battle quickly, everyone had used all their strength. Now was the time when their speed was at its highest. How could they dodge? They could only meet force with force. Boom! Ka-cha-cha! The 10 weapons shattered at the same time. The big hammers that carried the aura of hell turned into endless wind and thunder, exploding in the middle of the 10 people. A series of miserable cries sounded at the same time. The 10 people spat out blood at almost the same time. Then, there was no more then. The 10 people had all turned into dust. Even the people, the weapons, the spatial rings, everything, had all turned into dust. The kind that, if thrown on the ground, one would not be able to find anything even if they were observed carefully. Only a little bit of red was left on the ground. There was a scarlet fog in the air, which was the last trace of this battle. The 10 people had disappeared into thin air, just like that. Fuck, what a pity! What a waste! Zwishaoduo shuddered with heartache. Those were 10 spatial rings. All of them were smashed into smithereens by the hammer. The ultimate move, just now, was aimed to destroy the enemy as quickly as possible. It was full of killing intent and was not entirely controlled by the user. After the battle, there was only one word left. Pity. Zwishaoduo did not even have the interest to take a look. Under such extreme power, there was absolutely nothing that could be left intact just now. A whirlwind directly swept into the valley, bringing with it a sky full of gloomy clouds and miserable fog. In the whirlwind, Zwishaoduo was still spinning and swinging the hammer. Under such extreme power, there was no way he could stop for a while. Zwishaoduo spun for a full 7,000 meters before the momentum gradually subsided. Only then did he stop his hammer. Still feeling dizzy, he looked around and realized that it was dark in front of him. It was another ironwood forest, and its scale was much bigger than the one he had encountered before. At this moment, Xiaolong's warning rang in his ears. Zwishaoduo did not hesitate and rushed in. With a muffled, cracking sound, an ironwood forest that was as tall as his waist was cut in half by Zwishaoduo's sword. Then, using his true inner force, he grabbed and twisted, and a large ball of tree sap was squeezed out. He casually threw it into the air, and the Flaming Sun Sutra was immediately withdrawn. That large ball of tree sap was immediately roasted into a hazy mist by the Flaming Sun Sutra. Zwishaoduo's body was like a spinning top as he spun rapidly into the mist. His entire body spun continuously in the mist, and his hair and clothes were covered with the scent of tree sap, perfectly concealing his aura. Then he continued to fly in the air without stopping and continued to go deeper into the dense forest. When Zwishaoduo rushed in, he used one of the three great movement techniques that Zhuanglu had taught him, long flying catkins. This was the second of the three great movement techniques, and it was also the most gentle and nimble movement technique. Even in such a dense forest, rushing for thousands of meters, not even a leaf or a drop of dew was disturbed. It was really like a catkin. Under the strong wind, it rolled wildly and did not affect the surroundings at all. It was as if it was not there at all. How's the front? It's fine. As long as you maintain this movement technique, there won't be any problems, Xiaolong said. Zhuangduo really did not dare to stop at this time. He maintained the long flying catkin state and rushed into the dense forest for 300 miles in one go. Boss, it's done. If you go any further, you'll enter the territory of a king-level astral souls beast. Xiaolong said, that's a 9-headed centipede. With your current level, I'm afraid you won't be able to defeat it. Okay. Under Xiaolong's guidance, Zhuangduo came to the side of a rotten tree. With a shovel, he dug out a large piece of land. 3 meters of earth was dug out in an instant. Zhuangduo did not dig any further. Instead, he jumped into the hole and burrowed into the ground. The Flaming Sun Sutra burst out densely, concentrating its power straight down. In an instant, more than 10 meters of earth was incinerated. Chapter 558. Zhuangduo maintained his original position and continued to drill downwards. He even waved his hand and returned the large piece of land that he had dug out to its original position. In this way, as Zhuangduo continued to sink, the soil that he had just dug out from the ground filled the space and firmly supported the piece of land that no longer had any solid support. At least from the outside, there was nothing unusual. In the next 2 seconds, Zhuangduo dug out more than 10 cubic meters of soil from below and filled it up. This went back and forth, maintaining an independent space of about 3 to 4 cubic meters below. However, after 2 minutes, Zhuangduo's actual position was already 300 meters below the ground. After digging down another 50 meters, Zhuangduo turned to digging horizontally. The soil became more and more fluffy, squeezing the space until there was almost no space left. In the end, it was even buried up to Zhuangduo's legs. Finally, at a position where he had dug to a crevice in the ground, Zhuangduo dug out a small hole between 2 rocks and stuffed the annihilating space pagoda into it. Then, Zhuangduo's body swayed and entered the space of the annihilating space pagoda. However, he sent out a lump of soil from the annihilating space pagoda, completely sealing the remaining space outside. This was what it meant to be stealthy and unpredictable. After confirming that there were no more loopholes, Zhuangduo, who was in the annihilating space pagoda, lay down on the ground and stopped moving. He could only gasp for breath. It was too dangerous outside. Then, he would do the first compression of breaking through from the embryonic breathing realm to the primordial elixir realm. As for the people looking for him, let them look for him outside. After 2 hours, Zhuangduo's vital qi had recovered greatly. He immediately laid out a top-grade Astral Soul's jade bed and laid down on it. Then, he held a pile of them in his left hand and the dragon blood flying dagger in his right hand and began to practice. His dantian had not been completely emptied after the continuous extreme output. There was not much left. Ever since he had been promoted to the embryonic breathing realm, Zhuangduo had not felt the exhaustion of his vital essence and the feeling of being unable to continue. Without any distractions, he absorbed the Astral Soul's jade spiritual vitality without restraint, as well as the benefits from the dragon blood flying dagger. After half an hour, his dantian was once again filled to the brim. Zhuangduo activated the Ice Heart technique and began the first compression of the embryonic breathing realm. This had to be done step by step. He couldn't be too hasty. If he was too hasty, he might end up regretting it for the rest of his life. Zhuangduo had always cherished his life, so he took his time and proceeded step by step. However, it hurts. Zhuangduo had just started to compress and take a breath when he felt the pain. The pain was much more painful than the thorny road. With great effort, Zhuangduo managed to control the compression to 1/3 of his vital essence. He felt as if he had been hovering between life and death for 70 to 80 times. The so-called excruciating pain was originally just a metaphor. However, at this moment, it was real. Moreover, it had been continuous for 70 to 80 times. However, Zhuo recalled that when he was at home, Zhuo was at this stage. Zhuo had endured 40 to 50 vital essence compressions. At that time, Zhuo only frowned and had sweat on her face. She didn't even cry out. She was enduring the pain the whole time, not to mention taking medicine. Zhuo's unwillingness to admit defeat arose again. If a woman can endure 40 to 50 times, why can't I? Then am I still a man? He endured the boundless pain and tried his best to compress. He didn't even want to use his luck points to help alleviate the pain. He grimaced in pain and sweated profusely. It had become normal. When he had suppressed 2/3 of his vital essence, he had been hovering between life and death countless times. It felt as if there were thousands of thin knives in his bone marrow gouging, cutting, and cutting him into pieces. Fuck, this is the best I can do. And it's more than once. It's so fucking painful. Zhuo gritted his teeth and glared. I can do it. I'm a man. How can a man say he can't do it? After another 2 hours, the vital essence that was originally full was compressed to 1/3 of the bottom of his dantian. At this time, Zhuo was in so much pain that his whole body was weak. He just lay there and opened his mouth to breathe like a salted fish. After a long time, Zhuo, who had finally recovered, dared to start again. If he had forced himself to continue just now, even if he didn't die from the pain, he would have died from exhaustion. Compressing the vital essence consumed a certain amount of his vitality and physical strength. Don't suffer the hardest. It's hard to be above others. If you don't suffer, you won't become a Buddha. If you can suffer the hardest, you'll be a handsome man. Zhuo muttered non-stop about the chicken soup for the soul that his father, Zhuo, had been feeding him all these years. He made up his mind and started again. Finally, he could no longer compress it. Zhuo took a deep breath and created a big hammer in his dantian with ease. He gritted his teeth and glared so hard that his eyes almost turned into copper bells. Poof! The hammer smashed down. Zhuo looked up at the sky and screamed, Mommy, Mommy, come and save me. Poof! Another hammer smashed down. Poof! Another hammer. Xiao Long coiled up on the heart of the scorching sun and watched as Zhuo seemed to be torturing himself. He howled at the sky from time to time, looking like he was in so much pain that he wanted to die. Xiao Long couldn't help but laugh so hard that his body twitched. The boss was really too funny. On the ground, at the mountain pass, a figure descended from the sky like a rainbow. Frowning, he asked, Are you sure you rushed in? Yes. When many people chase after him, they track him with their auras and souls. The target has indeed disappeared in this forest of star beasts, and he rushed in by himself. Oh! This person stood on the mountain peak and thought silently. The Starlight Mountains and the Star Beast Forest were the most dangerous places around Fenghai City. Capturing Zhuo was important, but the Star Beasts here were also very powerful. Once the Star Beasts reached the level of God reigning, they would have considerable intelligence and could communicate with humans. Such Star Beasts were often more difficult to deal with than God reigning experts of the same level. Be careful. If you encounter a difficult beast, retreat immediately. Survival is the most important thing. Don't take risks. Try to let others take the lead. When the snipe and the clam fight, it's in our interest to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. Yes. Hey, the smell of blood is strong here. Did someone just fight? Check it out. A few people searched carefully and said, It seems that there was a fight. There are some small pieces of blood and some broken pieces of weapons. But I can't see anything else. It seems that a heavy weapon was used, but I can't see what it is. Could it be that the people protecting Zhuo made a move? Let's check it out more carefully. After a long time, indeed, there is no other clue. Then forget it. Let's not worry about it first. There are more and more people coming. Let's hide first. Countless people rushed over from all directions and landed at the entrance of the mountain. Although they didn't know where Xiaoduo had gone to and where he was, there were too many high-level cultivators gathered here. Each of them cultivated in all kinds of strange and mysterious ways. The most important thing was that everyone had used too many methods to confirm that the valuable kid had rushed in from here. Since so many people had confirmed it, the others who came later had no room to doubt it. It was impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Everyone's target was that valuable head. The premise of setting up a scam was to fool themselves. At this time, it was impossible to make such a joke. It was even more impossible for so many people to work together to set up a scam. Because of this, some impatient people went into the dense forest to search for the target. After a while, many powerful and bold lone travelers went in one after another. However, the number of people gathering outside didn't decrease. Instead, more and more people gathered. Even the surrounding mountains were getting more and more people. When the sky just started to turn white, there were only a few hundred people gathered here. But in the afternoon, the number of people had exceeded 3,000 in the sky. There were still surging auras. Obviously, there were more and more powerful cultivators coming from afar. At this time, in a small Xiao, 6 senior teachers of Hidden Dragon High School were hiding here, carefully observing the situation outside. Zhang Xiaofei's face was extremely serious. Damn it, this is really bad. Zhang Xiaofei grimaced in pain. In this night, the 6 of them had killed more than 400 people. It was a real massacre. However, with such a small number of people, even if it wasn't completely useless in the grand scheme of things, it would still have very little effect. There are more and more powerful cultivators. If we continue to act, I'm afraid we'll be targeted by some people. Another teacher's face was extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and wanted to swallow those people outside. What are the cultivators of astral souls here thinking? With their skills, they didn't go to the Sun-Moon Pass to kill the enemy. Instead, they came to the mainland to kill the geniuses of our astral souls. The teacher gritted his teeth. Damn it, their intentions are terrible. Zhang Xiaofei rolled his eyes. Don't be angry. This kind of thing is too normal. It's just a village. How many scumbags are there? You still expect all the cultivators of the mainland to be hot-blooded men? Then I can only tell you that you're wrong. Very wrong. You should be satisfied if you can outnumber these bad guys. This is the Jianghu. The Jianghu is black and white. So far, there are 4 Imperial God cultivators here. There are more than 30 Cloud Transformation cultivators. Nascent Soul cultivators. Damn it. There are more than 1,000 of them? Chapter 559. Zhang Xiaofei muttered angrily. I know a few of them. Didn't they say that they had retired from the martial world and wanted to live a peaceful life? Damn it. When I asked them to come out and do something, they all made excuses. They said that they were old and had retired from the martial arts world to enjoy the rest of their lives. Now, they're all jumping out again. It seems that the benefits given are not enough. Fuck them. But the power gathered here is not something we can deal with. Another teacher smiled bitterly. If we rush out, we may be able to kill some of them, but the final result will be that we will be surrounded and killed. So Xiaoduo has not shown up, and he is not in danger. Why should we go out? To commit suicide? Zhang Xiaofei said disapprovingly. What we need to do now is to wait for an opportunity. If that little bastard comes out, or if he is in danger, we must save him even if we have to risk our lives. Of course, more and more people came from all directions. Most of them just took a look and flew into the Starry Mountain Range. The current situation, and Xiaoduo's last move, had been spread all over the underground world forum. The latecomers did not waste time and went into the depths of the forest to search. Everyone depended on their own luck. The Starry Mountain Range, which usually only had a few people in a year, was like a busy market at this moment. People came and went, and heads were moving. At this moment, the Starlight Mountain Range was like a giant piece of flypaper, attracting all the flies to land here. Once they landed, they wouldn't leave. The wind and clouds were surging in the sky. a figure fell from the sky. The person had a red face and a tall and sturdy body. Although his hair was white, he was still in high spirits and had an extraordinary temperament. The person had just landed, and the aura he emitted had already made the few people who were still on the mountain change their expressions and dodge. The Dragon of the Sea, Tian Wujiang. Zhang Xiaofei's expression changed, and a deep fear flashed in his eyes. The other people's expressions also changed greatly. The sea-flipping dragon, Tian Wujiang, was a famous lone traveler for many years. This man's way of doing things was between good and evil. He came and went as he pleased, and one of the reasons why Zhang Xiaofei and the others understood him better was because this man had once fought with Xiang Kuangren and was not at a disadvantage. In other words, this person was a genuine, profound, returning realm cultivator. Everyone, this old man has been stuck at the bottleneck for hundreds of years. This time, he was here specifically for the Astral Soul's cake. Please give this old man some face. If I can get Zhuoxiao's head, I will hold a special auction for the other things. I won't dare to monopolize them. If your luck is even better and you come out on top, I hope you can part with the star cake and give it to me. Tian Wujiang's voice was very loud, spreading out in all directions, reaching far and wide. Everyone heard it. In an instant, the crowd fell silent. Tian Wujiang smiled and said, "Since no one objected, it means that you agree. This old man thanks you in advance." Before he finished speaking, a gloomy and ethereal voice said, "Tian Wujiang, who doesn't want good things? The moment you came, you put on such a half-dead appearance. What are you trying to do? To gain sympathy? Whoever gets it has to give it to you. Why? Why don't you part with your head to me? I will engrave it in my heart and forever be grateful." Tian Wujiang frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" That gloomy voice said, "You can't even recognize my voice? It seems that you are really old and muddle-headed." Tian Wujiang snorted and said, "Hanged ghost, you think this old man is afraid of you?" That gloomy voice said, "Tian Wujiang, be more polite with your words." Another gloomy, ghostly voice rang out, "Boss, this Tian Wujiang is getting more and more annoying as he gets older. He doesn't know what to say. Wouldn't that make him an enemy of our Yellow Springs? Should we pull him down and let him accompany those ghosts?" That gloomy voice said, "We, the 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs, are not afraid of this old man. If he dares to make trouble again, we will kill him." Another voice chuckled, "Tian Wujiang, your grandpa drowned ghost is here too." Everyone's expression changed again. The 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs. Hanged ghost, drowned ghost, and starved ghost. These 3 ghosts were famous for their fierceness. Who would have thought that all of them would come this time? Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly, and he said, "The so-called part is that this old man wants to buy it at market price. How can I ask for it for free? You 3 ghosts of Yellow Springs are underestimating this old man too much." Hanged Ghost said gloomily, "Instead of letting you use the cake of astral souls to break through and then find trouble with me, it is better to cut off your thoughts from the root. Tian Wujiang, you should give up on this evil thought. No matter who gets it in the end, that cake of astral souls will not be given to you." Tian Wujiang's expression turned ugly, and he said slowly, "If that is the case, then everyone will use their own methods to see who will get this opportunity in the end." A feminine voice that one couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman slowly said, calm down, calm down. Right now, that little brat is still hiding somewhere. If you guys were to fight first, wouldn't it be an act? Let others take advantage of it for free?" Inyang guessed. Tian Wujiang was startled and said, "Is Brother Zheng here?" The surroundings were silent. The person who had spoken with the ambiguous tone did not pay attention to Tian Wujiang's question and did not speak again. No one knew where he was hiding. Everyone's heart was beating like a drum. Why did this old demon, Inyang Guest, also come? As early as 1,300 years ago, Inyang Guest was in the limelight. However, for some reason, he offended the sword demon of the 3 outer demons and was chased by the sword demon for a long time. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that this old man had been killed by the sword demon long ago. No one expected him to come here today. Seeing that the Devil King had arrived, Tian Wujiang's heart became more and more uneasy. With this old demon, Yinyang guessed here this time. It was likely that Zhuoxiao's head would not be his. In a hidden corner, 6 people were hiding here. It was clear that the 6 of them were sitting in different directions. However, if anyone saw them, they could not help but think that they were 6 snakes coiled together. Everywhere was filled with a sinister and treacherous aura. "Boss, it seems that we might not be able to take part in this mission, right?" The person in green said in a low voice. When he spoke, his voice was like a snake hissing and flicking its tongue. It was indescribably strange, and it made people who heard it feel indescribably uncomfortable. "Let's wait first. In the path of fate, strength is not the only thing that matters." The person who was called Boss was dressed in black. Even his face was shrouded in shadow. He was like a poisonous king snake hiding in the shadows, ready to devour anyone at any time. "Remember, our main goal is to confirm the news of Zhuoxiao's death. It doesn't matter even if we didn't kill him. Everything else is insignificant." "Yes." In another direction, in a hidden corner as well, "The gathering of heroes is completely out of our expectations. Yes, with the current situation, it's not our turn to take part. It's really a pity. There's so many good things. I can't just watch as others take them away. I can't accept it." "Boss, you were injured when we attacked that Lu last time. This caused your cultivation to be stuck all these years. Actually, we can work hard. If we get these things, we brothers will not have any bottlenecks in our cultivation for the next 2,000 years. You make it sound so easy. However, with so many enemies and so many strong people, you still want to get a share. Sigh. Let's wait and see." "Yes. Actually, we shouldn't have come this time. Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. If he wasn't crippled, he might have recognized us. After all, our main opponent this time is the high-end strength of the Hidden Dragon High Martial School. With the way the Hidden Dragon High Martial School has always done things, they won't give up on their students so easily." "Yes. Fortunately, that Lu guy is crippled. Other than him, it's hard for others to recognize us." In the sky, a white cloud was floating leisurely. There were telepathic conversations. "Let's wait and see for now. If Yi comes, we won't be able to take part. It's still a pity. I think Yi will definitely come." "Yes, if Yi comes, we will retreat. After all, nothing is more important than our lives. Yi is no longer our opponent now, but he can still recognize us. We are the ones who injured his heart meridian a few decades ago. Once he recognizes us and spreads the news, there will be no place for us in this world. The military will not let us go. Sigh. I hope that old bastard doesn't come. We can use this harvest to reach a higher level." Under the sunlight of dawn, a figure was like a distorted shadow. It twisted a few times under the sunlight and then disappeared. When it reappeared, it was already above the dense forest. It twisted a little and then disappeared. A sharp-eyed person saw it and said uncertainly, "Is that person the Netherworld assassin? Yukio? He looks a little like him. If the Netherworld assassin also comes, it will be even more lively. That guy hasn't taken action for many years. He has always been known as the #1 assassin in the Central Plains." The #1 assassin in the Central Plains? How can it be his turn? But no one denies it. I hope not. Whether this guy is the #1 assassin in the Central Plains is not something we can comment on, but it's publicly acknowledged that he doesn't recognize his own family and kills whoever he meets. Hidden Dragon Martial Arts? At this moment, Yi was like an ant on a hot pan. He anxiously paced back and forth in his office. "What do you mean?" Yi Changqing's face turned red. Is Chief Nin crazy? He even said that the other party set up this trap to target the entire Hidden Dragon Martial Arts. He wants to completely destroy Hidden Dragon Martial Arts in this opportunity. How can I not see this? But Chief Nan said that Zhuoxiao is just a student. How can he compare to the great cause of Hidden Dragon Martial Arts? This sentence is puzzling. What does he mean by ordering us to stay put? You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.